Hey everybody, tonight we're debating secular humanism versus Christianity. Which is best for society? And we are starting now with Max. It's all yours.
Alright, thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating secular humanism versus Christianity.
You hear me too?
Which is best for society? And we are starting now with
Let me know
Max.
if I double when I unmute, okay?
Christian ethics, which is
Hey everybody, tonight we're
guys hear me?
debating secular humanism versus Christianity.
You hear me too?
Which is best for society? And we are starting now with
Let me know
the first
if I
question
double
I'd like
when
to
I
ask
unmute, okay?
Hey everybody,
You guys
tonight
hear
we're
me? It's
debating
doubled
secular
now.
humanism versus Christianity.
You hear me too?
Which is best for society? And we are starting now with
Let me know if I double when I unmute, okay?
Hey everybody,
You
tonight
guys
we're
hear me? It's
debating
doubled
secular
now.
humanism versus Christianity.
You hear me too?
Which is best for society? And we are starting now with
Let me know if I double when I unmute, okay?
Hey everybody,
You
tonight
guys
we're
hear me? It's
debating
doubled
secular
now.
humanism versus Christianity.
You hear me too?
Which
consider most important for secular humanism are the no harm principle or the reduction of harm principle, consent, bodily autonomy, and democracy. Democracy, I think it's an important value because it allows for non-authoritative ways of government. So, one thing that I regularly see confused in the debates is a little bit shoehorning the idea that with secular humanism, leaning towards the side of scientism, that science is the only way and the only method to discover truth. And I kind of disagree with that because when it comes to ethics and morals and philosophy and that kind of stuff, we cannot do science on that. So, what are some of the effects of secularism in society? DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And if you don't like that, then I would like to ask, what part of it is it the diversity? Is it the equity? Is it the inclusion that you don't like of this? I would assert that secularism leads to a better understanding of the world through the many resources and intellectual pursuits that we have. It conserves freedoms, has an ability to adapt to
Guys, when I do my
challenges
opening,
that
please let
we're
me know if
facing
my own
and
audio is looping,
right
okay?
now are potentially unknown, but in 20 years. So the ability to adapt is very important when we're talking about such a fast-paced world like the one we have today. It is it's very needed, that ability to adapt our beliefs and to adapt our approaches to the nuances that develop moment by moment. And then, of course, not be limited by an ancient book's perspective. And I would think that some of the challenges to a theocracy, and I'm willing to discuss this, these are just some thoughts that came when I was preparing my opening statement. Persecution of different sects of Christianity while the hegemony would last. How would a theocratic Christian society deal with those issues, blasphemy laws, prohibitions, schisms in theology? And I see all of those as drastic problems to a Christian society being implemented in today's world in full. So some other challenges that I would pose to the position of Christian ethics would be, how do you approach the nuanced problems of the present, where stuff is no longer generally black and gray, black and white. It's usually some shades of gray. So how would you also address the plurality of religions, cultures, lifestyles, etc.? And how some very real problems that we have in the world today, like drugs and abortions, would you deal with that? And how do we care for the people that we already have here? Because a lot of emphasis is put on the birth rates, but what about the people that we already have here and that are currently not being cared for? And finally, a warning about presuppositionalism. When I give my arguments today about a prescription for a secular humanist ethical claim, if you want to undermine the argument, you have to engage with the premise. You have to engage if you go down the presuppositionalist route of saying you have no justification for what you're telling me, it doesn't develop the conversation further. It's just like trying to grab the ball and take it away. So that would be all for my opening with Jimbo Prince, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that opening statement, Max. We will kick it over to Made by Jim Bob. Do want to do a couple of quick housekeeping things. First, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James Coons. We're a neutral debate platform hosting only debates on science, religion, and politics. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button as we have many more debates coming up, including we just announced.
All right, thanks a lot. Thanks, Max,
DebateCon
James. Thanks for
6,
showing up, everyone.
in-person
All right,
in
well, the
Nashville,
topic of the debate
Tennessee
here is
this
what is
fall.
better for
You don't wanna miss
society,
it. Stay
secular
tuned for
ethics, or
updates. And with
Christian
that,
ethics.
Jim Bob, thanks for being with us. The floor is all yours.
What we're doing here
right,
is
thanks a lot.
I want to look at
Thanks,
the word
Max,
society
James. Thanks for
first of
showing up,
all.
everyone.
So society
all right. Well,
is
the
defined
topic
as
of
an
the debate
aggregate
here
of people
is
living together in
what
a
is
more or
better
less
for society,
ordered community.
secular ethics, or
The
Christian
the definition
ethics.
of secular is denoting attitudes,
doing here
activities,
is,
or other
I
things
wanna
that
look
have
at
no
the word
religious or
society,
spiritual
first of all.
basis.
So society
Notice that in the
is
definition of
defined as an
society, it
aggregate of
assumes
people
the
living
word
together in a more
order.
or
When
less
we ask
ordered
what is
community.
better for society, we're
The
already
definition of
assuming
secular is
societies
denoting
themselves
attitudes,
should
activities,
exist
or
in
other
some
things
ordered
that have
way,
no religious or spiritual
which is a
basis.
normative position on
Notice that in
having
the
an
definition
ordered
of society,
system. That
it
is to say,
assumes
we should have an
the word
ordered
order.
system.
When we ask what is
That's a
better for
precondition
society,
for
we're
even
already
examining
assuming
what
societies
kinds
themselves
of
should
systems are
exist
better
in
than
some
the others.
ordered way.
Now, if you've been following
Which
the
is
trend of
a
debates
normative
around secularism
position
versus
on having an
Christianity, you'll have
ordered
noticed
system.
that
That is
the
to say,
secular
we should
position
have an ordered
includes only
system.
descriptive bullet
That's a
points. The
precondition
secular
for even
position does not
examining
produce any
what
prescriptive claims
kinds of
about
systems are
creating or
better than the
maintaining an
others.
ordered system
Now,
we
if you've been
call a
following the trend of
society.
debates around
The
secularism
reason
versus
for this is
Christianity,
that
you'll
the
have noticed
secularist
that the
worldview
secular
has
position
no
includes
moral
only descriptive
obligations or
bullet
duties.
points.
It's
The
merely a
secular position
descriptive
does not
lens.
produce any
What
prescriptive
it does
claims
have is a set of
about creating
descriptions
or
followed by
maintaining
a
an
set
ordered
of
system we
grievances
call
followed by a
society.
set of requests.
The reason for
Let's
this
take
is that the
marriage, for
secularist
example.
worldview
The
has
secular
no
view demands
moral
equal marriage
obligations or
status
duties.
for all,
It's
but has
merely a
no
descriptive
duty
lens.
to marry
What it
or
does have
remain
is a set
married.
of descriptions
Secularism
followed by a
demands
set
the
of
opportunity for
grievances
same-sex
followed by a set of
individuals to
requests.
outsource children,
Let's
but it
take
has no
marriage, for
duty to form a
example.
family
The
or
secular view
keep the family
demands
together.
Equal marriage status for all.
The secular
but has
view,
no duty
view often
to marry
advocates
or
for
remain
welfarism and
married.
charity, but it has no
Secularism
duty or
demands the
moral
opportunity for
obligation to
same-sex
be charitable or
individuals to
philanthropic.
outsource children,
There
but
is
it
no
has no
contradiction
duty to
under the
form a
secular
family
view
or keep the family
in being
together.
selfish, uncharitable,
The secular
gluttonous,
view
being
often advocates
a
for
good standing,
welfarism
and being a
charity,
good standing
but it has no
representative of
duty or moral
secularism. So, in other
obligation
words,
to
you
be
can be a
charitable or
secularist
philanthropic.
and completely
There is no
fail to
contradiction under the
abide
secular
by any
view
code of
in
conduct,
being selfish,
do anything in the
uncharitable,
world, help
gluttonous,
anybody,
being a good
seek
standing
equality and
being a good
inclusion.
standing representative
That's
of
not
secularism. So
that's
in
not
other words,
something
you can be
that's
a
required of
secularist
you as a
and
secularist. That's
completely
just something
fail
you smuggle into the
abide
secularist
by
view.
any code of conduct.
There are a variety
do
of
anything in the
arguments
world,
against the
help
secular
anybody,
ethical system, but I believe the following
seek
argument is
equality
a
and
knockdown
inclusion.
argument against the secularist in
That's
regards
not a-
to
that's not
tonight's
something that's
prompt,
required
which
of you as a
is
secularist.
what is
That's
better
just
for
something smuggled
society,
into the secularist view.
secularism
There
or
are a variety
Christianity?
of arguments
The
against
argument
secular
goes as
ethical
follows.
system, but I believe the
Premise
following
one,
argument is a
society
knockdown
depends
argument against
on
the
order
secularist
to
in
maintain
regards to
itself,
tonight's
function
prompt,
effectively,
which is
and flourish.
what is better for
Premise two,
society,
a sustained,
secularism
ordered
or
society
Christianity?
requires a set
The
of
argument
duties and
goes as
obligations. Premise
Premise
three,
one.
secularism
Society
lacks
depends
an
on order
authoritative
to
set of
maintain
duties
itself,
and moral
function
obligations.
effectively and
Premise
flourish.
four, a
Premise
better
two.
society
A
requires a
sustained
foundation
ordered
for
society
sustained order.
requires a set of duties
Conclusion,
and obligations.
secularism can
Premise
neither
three.
achieve or recognize
Secularism
a better
lacks an
society because
authoritative
there are
set
no
of
duties or
and moral
obligations.
obligations.
Now, if I read the same
Premise four. A
same
better
exact
society
argument
requires a foundation for sustained order. Conclusion. Secularism can neither achieve or recognize a better society because there are no duties or obligations. Now, if I read the same exact argument here, if I read the same argument but swap out secularism with Christianity, it goes as follows. Society depends on an order to maintain itself, function effectively, and flourish. A sustained, ordered society requires a set of duties and moral obligations. Christianity has an authoritative set of duties and moral obligations. A better society requires a foundation for sustained order. Christianity has a foundation for sustained order. Now, like Max requested of me to engage with the premises, I'm going to ask him as we move along to engage with those premises. If your ethical system does not provide a set of duties and obligations, then there is no standard for individual responsibility. From a Christian view, a Christian can call out another Christian for not fulfilling their duties and obligations. We can say, "You're not being a good Christian." In contrast, a secularist cannot call out another secularist for failing to fulfill on their non-existent duties. There is no being a bad secularist. To further illustrate this issue, I'll present a hypothetical I will refer to as the Pine Creek problem. Let's say there's a man named Doug who has a secular atheist view, but based on his preferences, he advocates and aligns with the Christian ethics and policies. He votes for conservative Christians. He prefers to live around Christian conservatives. He just doesn't believe in any of their ideology, but he values the outcomes of those views. The question I have for my opponent and the audience who holds a secular view is Doug being a properly good secularist? Can a fellow secularist argue against his position from the secular framework? I don't think they can. Why is this a major problem for Max here in the secular ethics system in regard to what's better for society? Well, if the secularist can't hold another secularist responsible for being a bad secularist, then there are no duties or obligations under secularism. Then on what basis can they argue one system is better than the other? They could be both secularist and they still can't tell you which system's better. In other words, if you swapped me tonight with any other secularist in the audience, let's say the Pine Creek problem, who advocates for Christian ethics but remains secular in his belief in God, non-belief in God, you'd have a debate between two secularists who have counterintuitive views and systems on what's best for society. Well, who wins? It's secularism versus secularism, and they have contrary positions. So now if a secularist can't argue against a fellow secularist about what is better for society, how can he argue against any other system, including Christianity, like he's going to try to do tonight? Now let's move into another problem secularism has. Given that society requires children, which secularism has no duties or obligations to make, by the way, it follows that what we teach children would be included in the metric for what constitutes a better society. So let me ask the audience a question here. Which is better to teach children? The Christian view that they were made by a loving creator with purpose, obligations, and duties, that their life has meaning and moral value, and that forgiveness, humility, and patience are virtues, that helping the poor is an obligation, that participating in the world and keeping degeneracy down is an obligation? Or do you teach them that they're the result of a cosmic accident followed by a long process of unguided chemical reactions we call existence, which is utterly meaningless and has no greater purpose? All of your thoughts and actions are determined by strict material causes, and there are no moral truth. It's just a matter in motion. Now, please do your homework, Timmy. It's really important. Now, it doesn't matter if Max here holds the position I just presented specifically. He's just a secularist. However, all that matters is that whether or not a secularist view could include the view I just espoused, that position, that utter nihilism. There is no purpose in the world. You're just a skin sack moving in motion. All of your views and opinions and actions and voiced concerns are just epiphenomenal, completely dictated by pure biology and neurology, okay? Now, if someone said that from a secularist view, it would be totally fine and consistent with the secularist view to teach every child that view. There wouldn't be a contradiction. Would that be good for the child to teach him that view? Would it be detrimental to society of raising a bunch of human beings who hold a nihilistic, empty view of the world? So, how can a secular system be better for people if it has no duties or moral obligations to reject any other view, including secular positions? Now, we might get into deeper conversations, but I think what I presented tonight is quite the meal to bite in for my opponent, and we'll obviously explore this. But there are other issues under the secular view, which include the assumption of dignity of human beings, the value of human beings. How, from a secular view, are you going to assume any sort of value from one creature to the other from that view? You have to basically believe in things you don't actually can't demonstrate empirically. This gets into human rights, which I'll add that Max here probably thinks it's a good thing to assume human rights exist and to use force and operate a society based on the assumption of rights. Whereas human rights, I mean, where are these found under the secular view at all? Now, he did say in his opening, me asking for a justification is some sort of cheap trick or move. That's actually not a presupp. The question of can you justify something is not a presupposition. It's merely asking you, okay, you're a secularist, you hold the view of XYZ. Can you tell me under your view how you came to XYZ as some sort of rational belief? That's a fair position for either of us to take in cross-examination. I just want to let you know that. So without further ado, I think we can move along.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. And folks, do appreciate that support. And we're gonna have a Q&A after the open dialogue. So if you happen to have questions, you can submit them either by tagging me with @ModernDayDebate in the live chat, or if you do a super chat question, your question gets pushed to the top of the list for the Q&A. With that, thank you very much, gentlemen. Floor is all yours.
All right. Can we agree on the question of the underlying base of reality? I don't
What
think
is
you
that?
would have
What do you mean? What's the underlying base of reality?
that you and me right now, two humans, you're in your house, sitting in front of, and this is actually what's going on.
Yeah, I agree that what's happening
Okay.
right now is what's happening right now.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry,
So-
James. I'm sorry to interrupt, Max. Is there a cross-examination or not, or is it just open? I don't.
Only open dialogue. If you guys wanted to do something like that, we could. It's spontaneous.
Oh, I sort of missed that. I'm sorry. I must have not read the thing. I kind of assumed there's that section of cross-examination. That's fine. We can, Max, do you agree? We can just do a cross-examination questions back and forth.
No
That's
problem.
fine. That's fine. Yeah, we can do that.
You guys want, let's say 10 minutes each?
10?
And then...
Sure, yeah, sure.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
So that this would be my examination, my time to ask questions, right?
That's right.
Yes.
Interrogate them hard.
So I kind of called in my opening that when you're judging secular humanism based on your paradigm of the duties and that kind of stuff, you are judging secular humanism based on your paradigm. It's an external critique, not an internal one. How can you deal with that?
I would disagree. I think my premised argument actually descriptively tells us that society, being that it has order in the definition, I'm actually arguing, I'm critiquing what a society requires, not just what a Christian or secular society requires. I'm actually making the argument that
hold on, because you're making the argument that because of these arbitrary things that I consider my paradigm to be important, you're judging secular humanism based on those and not of finding a problem with secularism itself.
I disagree. I think that the problem that I'm pointing out with secular humanism, which would be a problem in my Pine Creek hypothetical, would be if a secular humanist took on and adopted the Christian ethical paradigm without any of the beliefs of Christianity, a belief in God, he's still a secularist. How can you, Max, argue against another secularist who just happens to prefer a Christian ethical paradigm?
We go by the argument. Because you see to think that we're not even qualified to even sit at the table and we have no basis to make any moral prescriptions with. You are factually incorrect on that. Because we do have, that's what I was pointing towards, the presuppositionalism, that
I don't know how
presuppositionalism.
I'll give you a chance to finish, Max, but I don't know how strict you guys want to be in terms of that 10 minutes being devoted for cross exams. If you, Max, want to ask another question after this, I was under the impression that Max would be But I know that Jim Bob also asked you a question in return, Max. So, but just
It's okay. It's all good. So we're flowing.
You got it.
No biggie. Lost my train of thought.
You said you have a moral. You can make moral
Right.
positions.
We can make, because the arguments for why we consider things to be immoral are there. The problem is that we never get to that specific part of the conversation because we're always stuck in my presuppositions reject you even have an opinion on this topic. How would you deal with that?
I didn't say that. I said that if, again, Max, if I just presented a hypothetical where two secularists disagree on the obligations, I'm asking under your own view without Christianity being in the mix at all. There's no one presupping you right now. There's Pine Creek who wants to adopt a Christian ethical system without any of the beliefs. I'm asking from a secularist position, how can the secularist argue against a fellow secularist if the fellow secularist adopts a Christian ethical system?
On the merit of the argument. So, for example, let's take those two guys want to talk about abortion, and one would make their case for being anti-abortion, and one would make their case for being pro-abortion.
Well, no, the argument from the secularist that you're debating against would just simply be, I prefer Christian ethics. It's a preference. There's no argument.
that it's not a preference.
It's not a preference.
You're being dismissive.
What is it? What is
you're
it then?
being dismissive of the it is a whole argument as to why someone would consider abortions as morally permissive.
Max,
it's not just a preference.
Max, listen. If Pine Creek stands in front of you and says, I want society organized according to my preferences, and my preferences happen to align with Christian ethics, that's his statement. I'm asking you, how do you argue against that?
That's what I'm telling you, that you keep getting stuck on point zero. You have to grant me my worldview. This idea that I cannot make a moral prescription because I don't have any basis and whatever. It's just a diversion away from the conversation.
So it sounds like you're not willing to engage with the hypothetical. If Pine Creek
No, I
says,
am willing to engage. I'm
okay,
just rejecting the
let me ask it a
premise.
different way. Is Pine Creek still a secularist if he adopts Christian ethical systems?
Yes.
Okay. So if he's still a secularist, you as a secularist can't tell him he's being a bad or inconsistent secularist. That means
that is meaningless.
No, it doesn't mean anything. It means what it means is that a bunch of secularists, Max, could adopt the Christian ethical system.
Sure. Yeah. So
Okay.
it doesn't mean it's superior. It doesn't. This is taking us nowhere.
Okay. So how do you determine the Christian ethical system wouldn't be superior if, under your own view, Christian ethics would be permitted under Christian or under secularism?
Because you have to face the arguments on the merit of the argument itself. You have to have the conversation.
Okay.
You can just a priori say, I accept all of this.
Okay. So let's do the argument then. Pretend I'm a secularist and I say, hey, Max, do you agree with premise one that society depends on order to maintain itself, a function effectively to flourish?
No, it's way more nuanced than that.
Wait, you disagree with the premise one that society depends on order to maintain itself, to function effectively, and to flourish?
It's more nuanced than that.
I didn't ask if it's nuanced.
It's reductionist, so I wouldn't accept.
So you're just not gonna. So you're not gonna engage. So what is? So you tell me from your view, what is dependent on something like? Because in the definition, do you agree with the definition of society being an aggregate of people living together in a more or less ordered community?
Sure.
Okay, so if you agree with the definition of society, then premise one is society, being that it's defined by a set of orders. Do you agree that society depends on order, being that it's definitionally true?
Sure.
Okay, so you do agree with premise one. Okay, do you agree with premise two, that a sustained order society does require a set of duties and obligations? That is to say,
no, I reject that.
Okay, so if you can present me a vision of a society that doesn't require a set of duties and obligations, can you tell me what that looks like?
Well, where do these duties even come from? Who?
That's not what I asked. I asked you, can you give me an example?
That's the problem. Why?
No, this is a dodge. So if you're arguing premise 2 is false, that a sustained, ordered society doesn't require duties. For instance, you believe in human rights?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe humans should acknowledge and abide by the law that's derived or informed by human rights?
Sure.
Do humans have an obligation to acknowledge human rights?
Let's go with yes, sure.
Okay, so you agree that a sustained order society, according to your vision, does require a set of duties and obligations.
But where are the where are the duties? Like,
nowhere in secularism. That's for sure. So that's what I'm getting to. If there's you answered my question properly.
That's what you keep on asserting.
Where are they? You said it. Where are they? Like, where's Waldo? Where's Waldo?
You already accepted that through subjectivity, we can arrive at data.
I didn't agree with any of those statements.
Well, you did agree that we have an underlying.
No, the question of whether or not we have a duty to achieve or apprehend accurate interpretation of data is the different question of whether we're capable of it. Do you understand that?
That wasn't my question.
Okay. Do you understand that there's a difference between the ability to acquire data and the assumed moral obligation to come to true conclusions about data are two different questions?
But I wasn't talking about that.
Well, we're talking about better societies, right?
Yes.
So a better society is an evaluation of data, right?
Right, but
okay.
You're not trying to let me get what I want to say out.
Okay.
So through the acknowledgement that our intersubjective experience can lead to objective results. So we can both measure through our own subjective lens that water boils at 100 degrees at sea level, right?
Yes.
So we can arrive at objective facts about the world.
That's right.
With that in mind, what we can also do is arrive through intersubjective dialogue at what we societally consider moral prescriptions.
Oh, just arbitrarily?
Not arbitrarily.
What do you mean?
Why are you sneaking arbitrarily?
Hold on. Did you just say that a bunch of people can get together and agree on outcomes they deem as morally good, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's arbitrary. So if Stalin determined outcomes and he got a bunch of people to agree with it, is that your model of ethics?
That is a very sneaky example because
that's a sneaky dodge. I asked you a direct question. Notice how your direct questions I'll answer.
It doesn't because I can't answer the question.
Max, let me answer.
I can't answer the question because it has a lot of baked assumptions into it.
Wait a second.
Because you're being
one
super
sec, gentlemen, I hate to do this. Hold on one second.
Dishonest.
Hold on. Gentlemen, is just to take a deep breath, is everybody wants to hear each of your guys' ideas. And once we have you guys speaking over each other, they won't be able to. So I just want to reset. I want to, Max, if for the sake of argument, if you can explain to James very in a pithy way, or I'm sorry, Jim Bob in a pithy way. We're both James in a way. So if you could explain, you won't answer the question. Is that what you're saying? Like, is there a way in which you could humor his question?
Right, because I have to reject the terms because it has a lot of baked assumptions. When he
like
talked about Stalin, he didn't tell me if he got all those people to agree with him by force, or was it just that they got convinced?
Okay, let me.
Very important.
Oh, convinced is different, right? So are they the victims of being convinced?
That's not like people can change their mind. That's a good thing. If you give people evidence.
Okay, hold on a second.
And
hold on a second. Hold on a second.
And convince them of a position. Why is that bad?
Hold on a second. If Stalin or Mao or anyone else, the French revolutionaries, convinced everybody that they should use force to annihilate a group of people, right? If they arrive at that conclusion based on the data, right?
Again,
what do you mean again?
Example.
What is sneaky? It's literally word for word what you're saying. Is it not the? Yeah, hold on, Max.
No, you're trying to make it a gotcha.
Hold on, just
unbelievable.
Just give me a second.
I'll let you
Max,
finish.
I'm still, for crying out loud, Max. When I'm trying to jump into officiate and you still keep talking, Max, it drives me nuts. I want to let Jim Bob finish his question. Go ahead. And Max, I need you to hold, just
Yes.
sit on your hands for 30 seconds at least.
Okay. Max said a group of people can, like boiling water, look at the data and arrive at moral prescriptions based on agreement of the data. If it's true, what follows from that is that a group of people can look at the data and come to moral prescriptions they agree with that says, do away with all the farmers and all these other people, right? Mao Zedong, Stalin. For me to bring up Stalin as an example of something that's consistent with groups of people coming to conclusions about data, pure data, and coming to value judgments, moral value judgments of what they ought to do, your system doesn't tell me why any of that's inconsistent with secularism. They are secularist, right? Like Stalin was a secularist.
Well, he was more of a communist.
Is that secular?
It's secular, but it's not secular humanism.
Well, here's the thing. If you're going to go with secular humanism versus secularism, that's fine. But the thing is, if secular humanism is a form of secularism anyway, right? Your variation of secular humanism is still under the umbrella of secularism. And if Mao and Joseph Stalin are secularists, and they use your own
communists.
Communist is
and they ended up devolving into authoritarianism.
You're interrupting. No, you're interrupting. You're assuming authoritarianism is bad under a secular view. Yeah, why?
Because it undermines all of the principles that I gave you that I consider valuable about secular humanism.
Yeah, but can't a secularist still deny to have a godless view and come to contradictory value judgments than you?
No.
No, you're the true secularist.
How?
Okay, so you
I'm
agreed.
I'm not saying that. You're being very disingenuous.
Oh my gosh,
right
dude.
now.
Are you serious? You just agreed.
I'm serious.
You just agreed in the Pine Creek hypothetical that if Pine Creek comes to Christian ethics as a preference for prescribing law and informing society.
I reject the preference.
Hold on, dude. Stop interrupting. I don't care if you reject it. You admitted that when I asked, is Pine Creek still a secularist, even if he adopts these views you disagree with? You said yes.
Because all of this is meaningless. It's not part of this is just you trying to dodge the debate.
Talk about a projection. Dodge the debate. Sure. This is the foundation of the debate. Look, it's a simple debate from my view. We're talking about whether or not secular ethics is better for society. But I just presented a hypothetical where two secularists could have completely counterintuitive positions on how to run society. Yes?
How could that happen?
I just told you. Pine Creek Doug can adopt a Christian ethical system, which you don't agree with. You're interrupting. You asked me a question and you're interrupting me.
Hold on. To be fair, Max, you did ask him how. So let's let Jim Bob finish exactly how.
The question is, how is it possible for two secularists to arrive at counterintuitive, contradictory positions on how to run a society? I just told you. A secularist, the Pine Creek Doug experiment, can adopt a Christian ethical system and all of the norms and customs and informed policy that come with it, and hold a view that he still doesn't believe in God, but he prefers the Christian ethical system. I asked you, from a secular position, how do you argue that he's not a secularist? You said you can't. He is a secularist. I just don't agree with his prescriptives. I'm saying from the secular position, I don't even need to be here to defeat secularism, because you guys can't even come to some sort of normative authority. Why? Like I put in my opening, you guys have
again?
Because I'll tell you why. Let me finish. Let me finish. Don't interrupt me.
How long?
No. How long?
One
the
sec.
reason you can't.
Can you, Jim Bob? Can you let me know? Am I summarizing accurately? And if you want to correct me, you obviously can. But Max, I think he's saying that if you have like two secular humanists who are like completely seem to be at their core in disagreement, and they're still saying they're secular humanists. One of them is like the conventional secular humanist who rejects Christianity, and the other one is like Pine Creek, who's like, well, I'm a secular humanist, but Christian ethics are pretty practical. They work pretty well, so I suggest we use them. I think made by Jim Bob saying like there's a serious problem with secular humanism if you can have those both exist. Because I think earlier you said, Max, that you think it's possible that you could have a secularist like Pine Creek who's a secular humanist, and like I said, is arguing for
and
Christian
it's a
ethics.
conservative and still would have abortion be illegal, yes, that can exist. But how do you deal with those? And you have to go to the merits of the argument. But Jim Bob rejects that I can have an argument about morality that has merit, and that's where we're getting stuck.
I
And
never
this
said
is just-
anything. I never
just
said a
don't
damn thing
understand.
about you making a moral judgment at all. I pointed to the premises of my argument, which you're not engaging with, which is society depends on order to maintain itself. If you want a flourishing society, you need order. If you want order, you're going to have to lay out a set of basically duties and obligations for the populace to follow. In your case, it's like human rights and all these things, right? Well, what I'm pointing to is that a secularist lacks a normative system of moral duties and obligations. In other words, if a secular humanist rejects all of the diversity and inclusivity and the LGBT stuff and the true stuff, all of these things, right? There are secularists who completely go against all of these things. So if they go against it, you, Max, can't represent the secular humanist position and say you're not being a good secularist. They're actually being completely consistent with secular humanism. Why? Because secular humanism doesn't have a set of moral duties and obligations.
Okay, here we go again, repeating yourself again. I don't know how much more clear I can make this. You're judging secular humanism based on your arbitrary preference that what your paradigm says is the proper measuring tool.
No, I'm judging it based on both of our agreed premises that an order society requires duties and obligations.
Right, but hold on. If
I
we
didn't say
have
which
these
ones.
guys, if we have this guy, and this guy does not support, DEI, and is not okay with gay marriage, then the more of those you have, the less secularist that person is actually, because they don't care about
Based
their
on
fellow
what?
humans.
No, based on what?
On the intersubjective agreement that we have as a society. You can call
Oh.
it social contract.
Ah.
There's many ways in which we justify
So the agreement
this.
can change then. The agreement,
Yes,
Max,
and
is it
that's a feature, not
Okay.
a bug.
Hold on. If the agreement about secular humanism can change week to week, day to day, hour to hour, from supporting DEI to not, are they still secular?
Why would they change that? Because
I didn't ask.
That would mean
I
going
didn't
back.
Dude, I didn't ask
The
why.
problem is with the
Unbelievable.
hypotheticals is
Unbelievable.
that they have to match what we're talking about. So
No,
you're just telling
you're
me
dodging.
if a position does a full 180 and one day they stop believing in that
Look,
people have value, then
Max,
why is that
Max,
even important?
Max, you dodged the hypothetical and now you're crying
Yes,
that
'cause
hypotheticals
I
shouldn't
reject
matter.
the framing,
No.
dude.
Do hypotheticals test your logical consistency?
Yes.
Okay, let me test your logical consistency. If you just said currently the secular humanist view adopts and encourages DEI and all the rest, I asked you a question. If it's arrived at by pure agreement, can the agreement change tomorrow, hypothetically?
There's so many baked assumptions. I reject the question because
You reject the question. Wow.
Yeah,
You're a
it's
sophist, dude.
not.
Max,
It's
why is
not that.
Are you sure? Like, why can't it just? I don't understand what assumption is built
They
into.
have
What's
a
the
lot of
assumption?
undertones.
Name the
They
assumption.
Have a lot of art. I'm
Name the
trying.
assumption.
So, for example, it's not arbitrary. It's not just because we feel like it. There's a deeper conversation, but we can't get past the point. Like, you can justify it through pragmatism. You can justify moral description through egoism, through empathy, through their societal cohesion, social contract. There's so many ways, and you can take your pick and choose.
What was
Well,
the
now,
assumption?
how we
I
are-
don't understand what was built in though. Like, I
Yeah,
don't.
what was
wait,
the-
I know
that
you're
the
saying
choices that are
words,
made
Max.
under secularism are arbitrary. That's what he's trying to say. And I'm
Aren't
trying to get
agreements
past that.
aren't agreements arbitrary?
Yes, but they have an underlying argument behind them.
Wait a second. If agreements are arbitrary, why does it require an underlying argument if you can just arbitrarily agree on things? Why do you need an argument? You're the one baking in the assumption you need an argument for arbitrary decisions. You don't.
No, it's not.
Do you need an argument for an arbitrary decision?
It's not arbitrary. That's what I'm rejecting.
Look, if an agreement you say in premise 1, are agreements arbitrary, you say yes. In premise 2, you say agreements aren't arbitrary. You have to choose.
Okay, you're being disingenuous again.
What?
When we make a moral prescription on abortion, for example, it's not arbitrary. There is an argument behind it. Why do we allow abortion? Right? So, and there's a full development of the argument. Would you like to discuss that?
No, because if your
Okay.
system, right? If someone just says, I don't prefer those, the secularist view, including yours, you're making an assumption right now under your own secular view that people ought produce arguments in order to use their preferences to inform policy. Well, no, that's a baked assumption. It's not actually true that you need an argument to inform policy. You could actually just use force. You can use population. You can use majority rule. You can basically procreate and make as many people as you want, and you train them to think the way you do, and you have them vote on policies that inform policy or vote on policies, right? And you don't need an argument. Do you need an argument to vote?
No, you don't need
Great.
an argument to
Do you
vote.
need
But
an
in
argument
order
to
to
vote?
make,
Great.
in order to make
my
a valid,
point.
in order to make a valid moral prescription, it has to have some kind of supporting argument. There has to be a reason why. Otherwise, you're just tic-tac-toeing through
Cool.
life, and that's not what secular humanism is.
That's great. That's great.
advocating for.
That's great. Let's use your own reasoning on yourself. Why ought secular humanists abide by the currently agreed on page of Secular Humanist Manifesto up to 15 bullet points or whatever? Let's say 15. Yeah, 15 bullet points. Why, Max, ought the secular humanist who disagrees with the Humanist Manifesto, this arbitrary agreement, keep and abide by the
I
secular...
reject the arbitrary characterization
Dude,
again, and you're going to continue doing it.
Look, Max, I'll prove that's arbitrary. Is it possible for the secular, let's say the American Humanist Association, Good Without God is their subtitle here. Is it possible, practically, logically, hypothetically, for the American Humanist Association to change their 15 bullet points?
Yes.
Really?
But that's not a bug. It's a feature.
No. Now, on the basis they can change these, doesn't it follow that they can arbitrarily change it? It wouldn't be a contradiction? No, it wouldn't be arbitrary. What do you mean?
Because, for example, all of the changes that you propose, let's say one day they go against DEI, or they go back to racism is good, and that kind of stuff. That stuff would go directly against. So even if you do that, then
it goes
you're
against
starting to be out of the fold.
Wait a second. Wait a second. I asked you, is it possible logically, practically, that the American Humanist Association, who has the 15 bullet points, to change their views? And you say, no, that would go against the views, right? Hold on.
You're misquoting me now.
Hold on.
I will clarify. No, you quoted me incorrectly. That's not what I said.
Okay, what did you say then?
That they can change, yes. But what cannot happen is that we go back, that we go to loose rights, to less liberties, to less freedom. You're trying to make it sound like they could go all the way back, do 180 degrees, and say the exact opposite.
Is it possible?
That cannot happen.
Why not?
It is logically possible, but they will go against. It is. But being logically possible is just an appeal to possibility. It doesn't mean that it's either going to happen.
We didn't ask. I didn't ask if it's going to. I asked you if it's logically possible to happen. Then there's nothing objective.
Yeah, but
keeping
a unicorn is logically possible too.
Dude, if it's the case that it's look, we'll ask a more brutal way of asking this. The first is religious humanists regard the universe as self-existing and not created. Okay, let's say the American Humanist Association decides that through the data, your own empirical analysis, if you came to the conclusion that it was better for society on net balance after many years of trying, it was better for society to adopt the Christian ethical system even without the belief in God. Isn't it possible for the American Humanist Association to include adopting the Christian ethical system without the belief in God?
Why does that matter?
Unbelievable.
Why does that matter?
You've seen it here first, folks.
Why? It's like, okay, what if you don't do your position, but then rather do my position and answer to me that instead? It's like, no, I don't have to do
You don't
that.
have to answer. So is it logically is it a contradiction for the American Humanist Association to add in a bullet point that says adopting a Christian ethical system without the belief in God is still a secular bullet point?
How would that even come about?
I didn't ask
do you have
how.
A Christian,
Unbelievable.
How do you have a Christian? Why is this relevant? This is a stupid question. I want to. He keeps on asking the same question that I don't. I don't want to go down this route.
Because it's the end. Because it's the end of your system.
But you,
no, it's
but
not.
You asked,
yeah, it is.
But you asked, how does it come about? I think that Jim Bob's not trying to make the case that it is going to come about. He's trying to use it as an example of getting at like your underlying logical reasoning. Like, it's not about whether or not it's going to happen. It's about, he's trying to see kind of the underlying
let's reduce the argument.
Inconsistency potentially.
What he's saying is, what about you don't argue for your thing? What about if in the place of your thing we put my thing and we call it that and we
No, you can't. No, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. Why? Because that's why Christian ethics.
That's exactly what you're saying.
I'm telling you, we can do that to you and it actually works as an argument. You can't do it to us. It doesn't work. Why? Because we have set moral duties and obligations. So if we have set moral duties and obligations, we can, like in my opener, Max, I can go to another Christian who proclaims to be Christian, and I can say, you're not fulfilling on your moral duties and obligations, dude.
And we can do that too.
No,
you
claim
we can.
No, you can't.
We can, yes.
Okay, watch. I'll demonstrate how you can't. If Pine Creek Doug adopts a Christian ethical position without the belief in God, he's still secular. You tell me he's against all the DEI stuff, right? How do you, as a secular humanist, approach him and tell him he's not a real secularist?
Well, he's going against the flourishing of a group of people that's inherently immoral. So he's no longer within the fold of a secular humanist.
Oh, really?
But we said that before.
Really?
I don't want to get stuck on this one.
Okay.
You think you have one point.
It's the only point needed.
I already answered, and we need to move away. We need to have the actual conversation. Why, for example, why would we say that abortion is morally permissible? Why would we say that
because you don't have,
is not morally permissible?
You would say that abortion is morally permissible because you have no duty or obligation to procreate.
No. You attempted to give my argument.
Okay, let me ask you.
You failed.
Okay, cool, Max. Just saying I failed isn't an argument. But Max, does secular humanism have a duty and a moral obligation to procreate?
No.
No.
Why should it?
Okay. Do you value flourishing society?
Yes.
Is a flourishing society possible without procreation?
Ultimately, no, but there are quite a few levels of that.
Oh, wait a second.
You can incentivize. You can incentivize reproduction while at the same time making sure that people who do not want to take that route are still able to live their lives.
Okay, great. So under the secular humanist manifesto in your system, what's better for society? You actually have a system that could very well, without the use of coercion and force, could very well have the society that you're calling better could actually die out in several non-existent generations, right?
In how many?
I don't know.
This is a ridiculous argument.
Really?
I actually preempted that because, again, why do you care about the amount of people being born when right now,
we're under
in the U.S., who is mostly Christian, you have homeless people.
That's a total red herring. Actually, look,
Gotcha.
Max.
That's enough handwave dismissal. It was so late.
Oh, nice try. Nice try. No. Max, does secular humanism have a moral obligation to help the homeless?
Yes.
Where?
Because we consider humans' life inherently valuable.
Nope. Well, you don't.
Because of our shared intersubjective experience. So yes.
Well, hold on a second. Where in the secular humanist manifesto is it an obligation that you ought and have to help the homeless, or else you're not a secular humanist?
No, that's I reject the framing of that.
Okay.
I
Okay.
love how every
Yeah.
question has like
Yeah.
bunch
Well,
of
no.
layers.
Now you're doing meta. I'm just asking you a simple
Yes.
question. Is it possible for a group of secular humanists to be secular humanists and not help any homeless people?
Yes.
Okay. So if it's not a
Because
requirement, hold on. If it's not a requirement, it's not a moral obligation. Done.
well,
Yeah. Yeah.
here we have
Here we have a meta analysis of what I just said.
I'm sorry, are you just going to keep like pumping yourself up while I'm speaking?
Go ahead.
So here we have a typical thing of the thing that I talked about, the nuance. They can't discuss any of the nuance of the conversation. So would we foster, would we encourage people to help the less fortunate? Sure. Would we compel and force people to help other people? No.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, no one said anything about force. We're asking under your ethical system, which is the debate, under your ethical system, which is about normative claims, you don't have an ought that you ought help the homeless.
Yes.
The Christian does. The Christian does.
You should help the homeless.
Okay, cool.
It's not mandatory.
If there is two,
it's not going to be enforced by force.
Okay, cool. So, Max, if a homeless person has the choice between going to a Christian society whose obligation is to help them and goes to a secular or goes to a secular society who has no obligation, and that's the only thing they know, whether or not the society they're choosing, one has an obligation morally to help them and one doesn't. Which society is better for the homeless?
I would still say secular.
Yeah, you would. Yeah. Why would you say that?
Because in general, the charity that religious people go comes with baggage. So they force you to listen to a sermon, maybe come to church on Sunday.
Oh, and that would be bad?
I would not get, that would be
Why
bad.
Is that bad?
That would be bribing.
Why was that? Wait, hold on. So your reasoning is the homeless person should go to the secular society, even though the secular society has no obligation to help them. But the Christian society does have an obligation, and you're saying the homeless shouldn't be helped because they might get to know the theology.
Yes.
Wow. So you're the guy who's for humans flourishing and being helped.
Correct. Yes.
That's funny.
The thing is that I actually see as very immoral that when someone is in need of a loaf of bread and a glass of water, you come and you tell, hey, here, join my little club. We'll give you food. That is bribery, and I see that as immoral.
Well, you're assuming that that's the thing that's happening. What if that wasn't happening and they still helped them?
If that didn't happen, then okay, I do support people helping each other.
Great. So if it was a Christian society where they helped the poor and didn't do a bait and switch with the food, but they had every intention for the person to know their theology, and you had a secular society that had no moral obligation, which society should the homeless go to in that instance?
Wait, how are they not giving the sermon as a part of the trade? Is it
what? There's not a trade. I just told you the church goes out and helps the homeless. If there's a society where the church goes out and helps the homeless, and the homeless person knew that that society has an obligation to help the homeless, right? By the way, Max, guess what? In a society that's Christian, it's not just the church that helps the homeless, right? Can you be a Christian and help the homeless without being a sort of an authoritative position in the church?
Sure.
Okay.
So can you if you're a secularist?
Well, no, the secularist has no obligation. We're talking about obligations.
It doesn't matter, but can they help by themselves? Sure. Okay. There's tons of people who are
all right, cool. So I think we've established that even Max, in these hypotheticals where there's a clear distinction between a society that helps the homeless, I remove the caveat that they needed to convert in order to eat bread, because that's obviously occurs in some places, but that's not what I'm referring to. He still would choose the secularist and not the Christian. Now, I have another question.
Yes.
What do you think children are an important aspect of society?
Yes.
Okay, why?
Because they They become the adults of the future.
That's right. And so, do you believe it's important in judging what's better for society to judge what you teach your children?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think it's a good thing to teach kids about homosexual activity as an option for sexual intercourse?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why is that a good thing?
Because they might be gay, so they might
have
doubts about that.
Okay, so someone might also like children and be attracted to children. So you teach them how to interact with children because they might be PDF?
No,
that's different.
We
right,
consider
right. Oh, okay.
we consider that to be immoral.
Okay, why?
Because it produces harm to the child.
Okay.
And we have agreed
okay.
that we make a distinction between people who are underage and people who are adults.
Oh, okay.
And
you make a distinction.
We have made a moral prescription that it is not morally permissible for an adult to engage with a minor.
Right, but you can stop a minor from reaching puberty.
What is that? What aboutism?
Are you okay? What? Are you okay with stalling a child's development because they think they're in the wrong body?
Yeah.
You are okay with that. And yet, on the same principle that they're not old enough to consent, you're okay with violating the consent of the child to stop their development, right? But you're totally not okay with stopping. Okay, so under your view, it's okay to violate
my argument.
Hold on. It's okay under your view to violate the child's.
I reject that it violates a child. It actually
really
goes with the consent of the child, because when that happens,
childs can consent now. You heard it here. Max just said child can consent.
When that happens,
child's consent. Did you say?
You're not smart enough to get a gotcha like this on
you just said children can consent.
Chill down. Yes,
it's clipped,
again.
Bro.
Nuance seems to be lost on Jim Bob. So yes, because this is a medical decision in which the wishes of the child, the parents, and the doctor are it's not an individual choice. It's not.
So the child consents?
The child, the parent, and the doctor.
It's a medical decision. Can children consent?
Do children consent to have their appendix taken out?
No, but the question is, do children are you okay with children consenting to? You think children can consent?
In this way, in this very nuanced and very specific way, yes, the same way that a child consents to having their appendix taken out.
So should children be able to get tattoos then?
With the consent of their parents, yes. I got this when I was 14.
Okay. So if a 3-year-old wants a tattoo and I believe him, I can tattoo my son?
Sure.
Great work. So if children are important to society...
I love how you think it's like, oh, great work, I got him, guys, I got him.
No, now I got you.
This is just like stupid questions.
Okay, I understand.
So I'm just saying yes, so we can move on and talk about the actual stuff.
Okay, cool. The actual stuff is also...
Do you think it's a serious question to ask, can I tattoo my 3-year-old?
Yeah. So...
okay.
Is it also important what we teach children about their ontology and their status in the world, like what the world is? Okay, so if there's two options, and one option is teaching children that they were made with intent, they were made to be loved, they were made with duties and obligations, they were made with purpose, they were made with higher purpose, teleology, and that they're responsible for their actions, right? That they're growing into a world of responsibility. If you teach them that they were created in love by God, is that a worse thing to teach children than their own? Wait, I didn't finish. Then is it worse than? Hold on, dude. Is it worse? Is it worse than teaching them that there's no purpose, no value in the world, and no ultimate meaning? Which is worse?
I reject all of the terms of your question. It's a stupid question.
That's like the 15th rejected question.
Yes.
Let's say that just for the sake of argument, Max.
Questions. I will go ahead and detail why I reject the question.
Good, but can you, for the sake of argument,
kids.
let's say that if you're like let's say you were like, I don't think that I am doing what you're suggesting in the question, and qualifying, like, would you answer his question? Like, let's say there was some sick person out there, like Iron Horse from the live chat, who was like, yeah, I am, where we knew he was teaching his children that like life is meaningless. Like, would you be okay with it?
No, but the problem is that makes, if I accept the terms of that question, that would imply that the exact opposite is what we teach people in a secular society. And no, yes, true. Life
I don't
doesn't have a
understand, Max.
higher life
What-
doesn't have a higher purpose.
What if you
but
just
we teach people that they're valuable. We teach
Well,
people that they can make their purpose, that they can choose their own path in life, and that they're responsible for
Okay.
their actions.
Okay,
And
great.
We can teach them the difference
Great.
between good and bad, and
Good
what
and bad.
is morality, and why it is wrong to steal.
Max, why are
and
you
we
okay?
can-
This is like, what? I don't understand why you wouldn't just be like, I don't think I am doing that. But if someone else was like Iron Horse, I would say it's wrong. Like, why? I don't understand why. Like, the
Yes, I
question
did answer
isn't
that, but-
saying Max, please let me ask the question isn't saying like, Max, you are doing X. Do you think X is wrong? It's just saying, do you think X is wrong?
Sure.
Oh. It's wrong to teach a child that their life is meaningless and doesn't have any real value inherently, right?
No. See?
So it is wrong or not
you're
wrong?
Thinking,
Dude.
you're thinking that it's okay to teach nihilism.
Is it
And
okay
that
to
would be
teach?
no.
Okay, cool. Is it possible? Isn't it consistent that a secularist can actually teach nihilism and still be a secularist?
Yes, but
Okay.
nihilism is not.
Okay, cool.
All of the nuance is lost to you.
Uh-huh,
All
yeah,
of the
yeah.
nuance of the conversation.
Yeah, you wish you can rely on nuance, but the problem here is
Oh,
it's totally
but there is a
consistent
lot of
under
nuance.
it's totally consistent under secular humanism to teach a child nihilism.
Yes, sure.
Cool. That's all I needed
So-
from you.
But but that's not what most people. It doesn't.
That
Just
doesn't matter.
because it is a logical possibility, it doesn't mean that it's a prescription. Not everyone who is a secular humanist is a nihilist.
Yeah, but you
Because
can't
we
tell.
also have.
I didn't say
you
that.
can be a nihilist in the sense that there is no higher purpose, but on a lower level, when it comes to your personal life, you can choose what
Okay.
is your actual meaning.
Great. So
again,
let's
nuance.
again. Great. So let's look at the similar hypothetical with the homeless person. Someone's looking for a society to live in where they want to flourish, right? And they want to be a part of a society. They can't decide. One society is secular and they promote nihilism, that life is meaningless, that everything's accidental. There's no real morality, true morality. There's nothing real truth about the matter. There's no moral facts. We're just beasts, animals, iterations. And another society is Christian, and they
Oh my
teach. Hold on,
gosh.
and they teach that you're made in the. Dude, stop
Another
making sounds, bro.
point- Yeah,
Dude,
but another
stop.
pointless.
This is so immature.
Max,
This is
can you-
immature.
Yeah,
Can
but
you just
the
shut
first
up?
half
If you can just
of
let
what
him
you just
finish,
said
Max.
is a position
We'll
that
give
I
you
don't
we'll
hold.
give you
I
a
didn't
chance to
ask.
respond.
I didn't ask
we
if
do
you
have
hold the
to-
position, Max. I just told you, and you agreed, that a secular humanist can hold the following position. I'm not, the debate isn't Max's opinions or views. Understand? The debate is secular ethics versus Christian, not Max's version, secular ethics. Now, if you
Yeah,
include,
not your
nope, stop.
cartoon characterizations of
Stop.
what the position is.
It doesn't matter if it's a cartoon. I know nihilists who don't believe in any higher purpose, who think we're just beasts, who don't believe in any moral facts. There's nothing really wrong with doing X or Y in their view. They are secularists. They hold your ethical system, okay? They're not inconsistent with secularism, okay?
No,
That's
again,
the
you're
point.
putting so much into the melting pot that it doesn't.
Unbelievable. Dude,
Like,
are-
all
no,
of
no,
this
look,
has
listen to
been
what
a
I'm
huge
saying.
thought.
No, stop meta. Stop doing the Yelp reviews. Engage with what I'm saying, Max. Isn't it possible that right now exists a secularist who holds a nihilistic position, doesn't believe in any moral facts, doesn't believe there's any purpose, there's nothing good in the world or bad in the world? Isn't that possible?
Sure. Yeah.
Great.
And
So
why
are they-
does the existence of that person undermine my argument?
Because it undermines your position because you're representing a view that inside
Yes,
your
there's
view.
also
Dude,
Christians that burn witches.
forget it. What?
That-
Burn witches?
Yes, there were
What are you
also
talking about?
Christians that burned
No.
witches.
No, well, we can discuss that, but that's irrelevant.
Really? Oh, there were no Christians that burned witches.
Well, you can say
Is
they
that
called
your
themselves.
statement?
You can say they called themselves Christians. That's about it.
Oh.
Guess what,
So
Max?
there
Guess
no
what, Max?
no true Christians. Correct.
No,
Got
no,
it.
that's actually not a fallacy.
So
when
is
there's an
it
actual.
possible that the topic is just nuance? That yes,
No,
there were Christians
no,
that killed
Max,
witches.
Max,
They were wrong.
Shh, Max, look. Christianity, from my perspective, has a normative authority. So I can actually, if I could swap you right now for, say, a Puritan or a Protestant, I could.
And that is the Orthodox Church.
I am
correct?
talking. I could swap you out right.
You spoke a lot. So.
I can just swap you out right now, Max, with a Puritan or a Protestant or a Calvinist, and I can argue against them just as well as I'm arguing against you. You pointing to witch
you're not
burning.
doing
By the
so
way,
well, but
first
okay.
of all, it was witch hanging, right? You have your entertainment and your propaganda wrong. First of all, by the way, if you want to,
Oh,
sure,
really? Yeah.
dude.
Oh, they didn't burn them,
dude,
guys.
dude,
They
Hold
hanged
on
them.
one sec,
That is
because
so much
I
better.
do want to give. I do want. I know Max is going to have some objections to some of what you said.
Sure.
Max,
Go
what are
ahead.
you going to say?
So now the problem is that guys, they didn't burn them. They hanged them. It makes it better.
No, I didn't say that. So I didn't argue that. So that's a lie.
Then why
Second of
even
all,
bring it up?
because
They burned them,
I'm
I'm
demonstrating. You're going to ask me a question and you won't let me answer.
I
So
think Max, yeah. To be fair, if you ask him why he brought it up, then it's it's good to give him a chance to answer.
So I brought it up because people actually wholesale digest a bunch of narratives. By the way, like let's look at the entire the moment in time where the Catholic Church went out and to try to reduce heresies, right? The totality of the trials, let's say, during the entirety of that time, by the way, was about 125,000 people, 1% of which ended in some type of death. Now, compared in the wholeness of that entire Inquisition, which, by the way, I'm not a Roman Catholic, and here I am defending their pursuits. In contrast to the entirety of the Inquisition, the French Revolution annihilated more human beings in the first month of the revolution. Are you aware of that? Do you know, Max, that the French Revolution was entirely secular?
Yes, it was about bringing down the monarchy.
Got you. So were they real secularists or not true secularists?
Well, yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, they were.
They were real secularists?
Yes.
So is that...
The problem is that when it comes to taking down the monarchy, they were the ones that had the power. They were the ones that had the money, the armies.
So it's justified?
Yes, sometimes throughout the course of human history, some revolutions have had to have a bigger cost of fighting and war.
Right. Okay, cool.
And
so
it's not that we want to promote war. I wouldn't advocate for, the violent expropriation of the bourgeoisie today, because it's a different world. But when someone has a grasp on power, it was a required thing. Pretty much, you can think of it
required.
As when someone cuts their feet and they just let the wound go, and now they have gangrene. Okay, we can choose to either do nothing, in which they die, a lot of harm, or we can cut their foot off. We do a little bit of harm, but then we give them life on the long run. So it's a choice between harm and harm.
Wait a second. Wait, no, I'm talking about the French Revolution. They didn't give the option of life in the long run. They annihilated a lot of people.
Yes, the bourgeoisie. Why? Because they would have plotted to continue back. Is it excusable? No, but it's an evil action that had to be done for the sake of the society.
Okay, so you're okay with Malthusianism then, under the secular view? Is that true? Okay, so look, if it were the case that under your view that the amount of resources was far less than the amount of people, and you have a choice to eliminate a third of the people and save the 2/3 so they can flourish, or maintain the population and have them all slowly starve to death. So under that view, isn't a necessary evil under secularism to annihilate the 1/3 so the 2/3 can flourish? Or what's wrong with that?
Basically, a trolley problem. There is no real answer to any of this. It's like, well, it's either face extinction or do something unbelievably cruel. And
Okay.
most reasonable people, when faced with that, they would say, like, okay, yeah, the cruel thing would be the best because it ensures survival. But again, you have to
Okay.
go to all of these fringe sites
No,
when
no.
we can talk about like regular,
What,
everyday
what's regular?
prescriptions of
No,
morality.
well, no. Regular everyday prescriptions we've already covered. You have no obligation. I've established through secular humanism. There's no obligation to procreate. Okay.
We've covered that.
Okay. If I've already established everyday things, including how do you repopulate your society such that it flourishes, you would have to have a moral obligation and duty to reproduce, but you don't. You don't have a moral obligation to maintain the tenets of secular humanism. Christianity does have a moral obligation to maintain the tenets of Christianity. Secular humanist doesn't have a moral obligation to stay married.
Yeah,
Christianity does.
Why would you? If that relationship is not working anymore, the moral thing is to go and
What do you mean the moral thing?
and rebuild your life again.
That's the moral thing?
Yes.
Based
Do you
on who?
think that living 60 years of an unhappy marriage is the moral thing? Because
No,
your little fictional fairy tale book says
No,
that until
you didn't
death
answer
do
my
you
question.
apart?
No, you didn't answer my question. Why is that
I'm
the moral
asking
thing? Why is it the moral thing?
Because the moral thing for people is to go where in pursuit of happiness.
Oh,
So-
happiness is the moral thing. So if it makes me happy to take over the government and inform all policy by Christian ethics, then I should do that, right?
No.
Why not? That makes me
But,
happy.
Again, you're hijacking.
Oh
an
no!
argument.
What do you mean
You're
with a?
hijacking
What?
an
What?
argument. You're hijacking an
I'm
argument.
using your logic, dude.
You're hijacking an argument to try and put it somewhere else where it
If
doesn't go.
no, I
So-
took no. Hold on.
No,
I
no,
took
no. You're
no.
not
Stop
going
it.
to make
Stop
a
it.
general
Stop.
prescription of someone divorcing
just-
themselves to go in pursuit of their own personal happiness.
You just said so.
And you're taking a personal argument which applies to that person who's getting
Uh-huh.
divorced, and you're abstracting yourself to I
It's
want
not
to
abstract.
dominate all society.
That's not abstract. That's the opposite of abstraction. If I get a group of people, Max, that share my ideology and my prescriptives, and we all share that it's going to make us happy, right? We all agree it's going to make us happy to take the government and the legislative body, populate it with Christian ethicists. You see, this is rude. Like, what are you doing? I'm asking you, under secularism, how is that wrong given that we're actually following your view of pursuing what makes us happy?
Again, you're taking what I said was the pursuit of happiness of someone escaping a bad marriage, and now you're taking that position and abstracting it to
It's
the
your
wider
position.
society.
You said it's
It's
moral
not-
to pursue
When we're
what
talking
makes you
about
happy.
Society, we're talking about human
Society's made of
progress.
individuals, dude. Society's made of
Yes.
individuals. If you premise one is individuals should pursue what makes them happy. Premise two is a group of individuals makes them happy to take over the government and use their ethical system to inform law. It follows that C, according to your own paradigm, that they should do so. It's logical. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Why would that escape the fold of secular humanism? Because they would be imposing their will on the others.
Oh,
They would
really?
be violating autonomy. And
Oh,
they
great.
would-
Great. Let's discuss this, Max. Do you
Sure.
believe that people have every right to believe what they believe so long as they don't enforce it on others, right?
Yes.
Okay, I don't believe in human rights.
Okay.
So do you believe that your belief in human rights, you should be able to use the government to enforce the view of human rights on me
Nope.
who don't? Why not?
Because we don't police thought crime. It's
What do
only
you-
a problem.
I didn't say it,
We
dude.
don't
Are you,
police
dude,
thought crime. So
dude?
you
I'm not
can
talking about a
not
thought.
believe in
Unbelievable.
human rights all you want.
I
Not
didn't,
believing in human rights does nothing.
dude.
It
No.
only becomes a problem
Shh.
when you take an action to
Yeah,
undermine
that's what I'm
human
talking about,
rights.
dude. Hello.
Oh, okay, then be
What is wrong
clear.
with you?
Nothing.
If I
What is
don't
wrong with
believe-
you?
If I
You
don't
okay?
believe in human rights and I act on what I believe, this is the disbelief, right? If I violate someone else's quote human rights, you,
Yes.
Max, believe in using force to enforce your belief in rights onto me who doesn't believe in it, right?
In general, yes, that's part of the social
That's a
contract.
contradiction. So if you're
No, it's
if
not.
yes, it is. You just contradicted yourself. Now everyone in the
No.
audience can hear it. I'll say it again. Max
No.
said is you can believe in whatever you want so long as you don't enforce it on other people. I said human rights are a thing that you believe in, and if someone doesn't believe in it in their ordinary behavior, then if they violate your belief, you're okay throwing them in jail. That's literally the description of using force to enforce your view on your beliefs and rights on other people.
Well, of course, the nuance is always
more
there,
nuance, right? Just say nuance
yes,
over and over
more
again,
nuance.
Max.
Yes.
How is it nuanced?
There has to be someone that has, in general, we agree intersubjectively that the state has a monopoly on the use of force, right?
Yes.
That is a part of the social contract.
Great.
Now, when someone doesn't believe in human rights and also goes and does something like locks someone in their basement, okay, and keeps them like a little pet there, okay, that is actively going against the rights of someone else. It's violating their bodily autonomy, their consent.
Look, do you believe in
etc.
do you believe in sin, Max?
No.
Okay, so if you don't believe in sin, but you're capable of acting, and there's no consequence, I can't jail you for sinning, right?
That
right?
No.
You know, why? Because you don't believe in sin, right?
Well, we don't. Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
okay.
No, not really. No.
I mean, hold on. I know you're feeling trapped. I know you're feeling trapped here.
No.
I know you should. Again, you should feel trapped.
The nuance is lost.
More nuance.
Like
yeah. I got
you're
it.
telling me if we're in a Christian society and the social contract right now states that it's a Christian, and then I do something that is perceived by the authority as
sin,
as sinful, then it doesn't matter what I believe. I would still get in trouble.
That's right. So, but that's what I'm reversing on you. If your sin is actually the violation of rights, that's what the secular has as a sin, right? That's yeah, it is. You believe in rights. They're totally imaginary.
The characterization.
Listen. You believe that rights, the concept of rights, we should be using the force. If people don't believe in rights and their actions demonstrate a rejection of the existence of rights, you believe in coming in with a gun and jailing them. That's forcing your beliefs on people. Now, Max, the difference between me and you.
Wait.
Look, hold on. I'm almost finished. I'm almost finished. You get to talk after. The difference between me and you is I bite the bullet and I accept that I do want to force certain levels of my own beliefs on society to maintain decency and such. The fact that there might be gray areas for both of us is irrelevant to the question here. Is you're trying to act as if secularism doesn't hold a position where they want to force their beliefs on people. But you have to just bite the bullet. You have to bite the bullet, bro. You do believe in enforcing your beliefs. Because you believe in rights.
I don't have to, because yes, there is some level of coercion.
Yeah.
In the fact that there are some things that we deem absolutely not correct, like stealing and violence and that kind of stuff. So yes, but that doesn't mean in that sense it's both the same. What I'm not. That doesn't mean that I would want to educate everyone in the world to be an atheist. No, again, you're hijacking.
I didn't say that, dude. No one said educating anybody on atheism, dude. You're just making shit up at this point. I'm pointing out. There's a simple line of questioning, right? I feel like you're at the dentist and I'm trying to pull your teeth here. It's simple, Max.
Yeah.
I asked you, do you believe? No, simple here. I demonstrated for the audience that you said you believe that everyone should have their beliefs. They just shouldn't force it on other people. And now you finally accept, after 5 long minutes, that you do, in fact, accept a level of coercion of your own beliefs onto people.
Yeah, but that was never I would have never said no to that. We're talking about different things.
No, we're not, dude. You're just a nonsense machine at this point. You're just like saving yourself. Yeah, you are. You got little floaty devices on at this point.
You have these little stupid strategies that you.
I do. That's completely destroying you. Oh, it's destroying you.
The only point is to try and avoid the conversation. Because
what conversation?
I give you the moral argument as to why abortion is morally permissible.
Tell me why.
You don't want to go there. You
tell
just
me
want
why.
to have this surface level.
No, tell me why. Tell me why.
Okay.
I didn't know this was about abortion, but go ahead.
No, it's just an example as one argument. Dude,
okay.
You talk about
just get onto the argument, bro.
And another shit all the time.
Let's and just to be safe, let's call it medical procedure A.
Okay.
Discarding BB. So the woman is the carrier, so in a sense, it is the medical proxy for the fetus, so that they have the right there. Then a consequentialist argument as to why is that when abortions are banned, they still happen, and they happen underground, which poses a risk for both. So the fetus will be discarded too, and now the woman also has a chance to die, right?
So if you make murder illegal, people will still do it underground. So we shouldn't make murder illegal. Great argument, bro. You want to start again? I'll give you another chance.
But I reject the characterization of murder.
The characterization, if it's illegal, do you think it should be illegal to murder people?
It is illegal to murder people.
So do you think it should be?
Legal argument and
Should
not
you? Do you think, dude? Legality is informed by ethics, dummy. So do you believe it should be illegal?
But you don't make legal arguments when
do
you're
you
doing ethical
think
debates,
it should be illegal to murder people?
It is illegal to.
Do you think it should be?
Yes.
Okay, so if I make the same argument back at you, if you keep murder illegal, people will still murder. So you shouldn't make murder illegal. Does that make sense to you, Max? Giggle away, buddy. Giggle away.
Oh yeah, you're really funny. Now, I reject the characterization of an abortion as murder.
I reject everything.
Yes, because that's all you have. You have like little silly strategies.
You mean pitting your terrible reasoning back on you? Cool. Why is it morally okay?
You haven't done that.
Why is it morally?
I called it in my opening that all you would do is try not to have the conversation, say you don't have a standard for morality.
I didn't say that.
And that's all you've done.
I didn't say that. I actually used your own standard against you. I didn't actually question your standard. I actually used your standard, gave you your standard, and used it on something else. Now, can you tell me why it's morally permissible to eject the baby?
All right. There's I already said a couple of stuff, but for example, sometimes it's absolutely medically necessary or it will kill. So we grant exceptions. We grant exceptions to a bunch of cases. So now, why should we extend that? I'm sorry, is the middle of my sentence interrupting your interruption? So we grant exceptions to ectopic pregnancies, underage people who get pregnant, and that kind of stuff. Now, if we can grant those exceptions, those are not murder because they're in the spirit of preserving the main person, right? Why wouldn't we also extend that to someone who electively does not want to have a child?
Well, you're making a distinction without a difference then. If your argument is a woman should be able to terminate the growth of their child at any point in time based on any reason, then why not just extend it outside of the womb as well in the first week of the baby's life? Why not? Yeah, why not?
Because number one, my position is not at any point at any time.
Yeah, why not? No, why not?
As always, there are caveats. So
I'm asking why not? Why are you arbitrarily arranging different times, right? Why can't a mother who's in their first week of the child's life outside of the womb, why can't the mother just decide, well, this is going to be a harm to me in the long run. I should stop this right now.
I'll give you a chance, Max. I got to let you know we've got a 2-minute warning before we go into the Q&A. Go ahead, Max.
All right. We don't assign personhood to the fetus, but once someone is born and they're viable and past a certain stage of development, I think it's 12 weeks? Then we grant that fetus personhood.
Good. So first week, I don't want the baby. Baby's out crying and breastfeeding, and I go.
It's already a person. Yeah.
You said 12 weeks.
Yeah, 12 weeks of pregnancy.
Oh, pregnancy.
Yes.
That you're calling it a person. Okay, and why is it at 12 weeks you're calling that a person?
It's a developmental thing.
That's your answer. Where?
Yeah.
Maybe you could have went into being a doctor, Max.
Sure.
Could it be 11 weeks?
It could be, yeah. And
Why isn't it
even go
11
up
weeks?
Some even go up to 16 weeks. It depends.
Why isn't it 5
there
weeks?
I mean, 5 weeks is just a clump of cells. Like
You're a clump of cells right now. Why is it?
I'm a clump of cells. That
I'm
is
asking,
self-aware.
what's the difference
That is
between
a clump
5
of
weeks
cells.
and 9 weeks?
That the development. I am a clump of cells.
We're still development. We're still developing.
I am a clump of cells who's already aware of their own existence.
Oh, a firstborn baby isn't aware of its own existence. Doesn't even make the distinction between it.
How do you know?
Well, that's what your own studies say.
They seem to be aware that they're hungry.
No, not that they're hungry. That could be your automatic response, is that their distinction between themselves as an entity versus the external world, like self-awareness, that they're having thoughts about their own entity.
That comes later as we develop, language and thought.
So are you saying
a child is aware of itself? It feels itself. It's discovering. Of course, it's in a process.
And the process starts when?
When you're born.
No. When does the process of the human life begin?
The process of the human life?
Yeah, when did your human life process begin, Max?
You technically begin at conception, but we
That's
don't
right.
award those.
Oh, you don't award that part because
No,
that
so
part's
the
not
clump of cells,
necessary.
no.
So it's the clump of cells section of development isn't necessary, but the development
No, I
from
didn't say
birth.
it
Hold on.
wasn't necessary.
But
No, you're
the
being
first. No,
sneaky again.
stop. I'm not being sneaky.
No, why would I let you
I'm
be
very
sneaky?
specific. Look, I know you're in trouble here. So
I'm not in trouble.
look, I know you're dealing with the guilt and all of that of having a terrible
I'm
worldview.
not dealing of
So listen,
anything.
listen.
I'm not dealing with
The
anything.
development
Stop
is
tooting your own horn.
the development in this view is totally arbitrary. You're basically saying,
yeah.
yeah, it is, because you can't tell me the difference between 5 weeks and 11 weeks in some meaningful distinction, and then you can't tell me the difference.
Developmental.
You can't tell me the difference.
Don't shush
Dude,
me.
saying developmental says nothing. You can't tell me the meaningful distinction. Dude, shut up. You can't tell me the meaningful distinction between 16 weeks and the first week.
Don't understand.
What's the difference between this?
Bright.
What's the difference between 16 weeks and the first week of birth, after birth?
Obviously, the development of the
Meaningful distinction.
fetus. Why isn't that meaning? You don't
Is
get
it-
to decide if it's meaningful.
You're
or
deciding.
not.
No, you're deciding. That's what's on trial right now. You're deciding by saying
Yes,
the
and you're
fetus.
just like, it's no.
No, you're deciding.
That's all you do.
You're deciding at 15 weeks, 14 weeks that something's of value. You can't tell me why.
Developmental.
That doesn't tell me why. That's a process. We're still in development, right? We're
Yes.
constantly moving in a direction, right, in life.
Right.
So look, dude, saying developmental doesn't tell me the meaningful distinction at 12 or 14 weeks that gives human beings, by the way, from the secular view, don't even have moral value even after they're born.
They do. You
How?
don't keep saying.
Why?
You keep
Why?
saying that, but
Why?
they do.
Why?
Because we intersubjectively agree that humanity has
Oh,
value.
so we can
That is
agree. We
reason
can agree
enough.
not. So we can agree otherwise. Great work, dude. I'm
Always
done.
the same. Always
So we
the
can agree
same.
otherwise. You heard it here.
we can agree to kill everyone. And
Is
that
it
would
true?
Make it okay.
Is it Max? Is it
What
true
the
if it's
fuck?
Max? If it's true that intersubjectively we just agree that we have value, isn't it true that we can intersubjectively agree that we don't?
Agree that we don't.
Yes or no?
Isn't
Yes or-
it true that we can just genocide all of humanity? And
No,
that
I didn't
would
say
be
that.
Okay?
I didn't say that. I said again. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. You're losing your cool here. If it's true that if it's true that human value is just an agreement, intersubjective agreement, isn't it true that humans could intersubjectively agree that we don't have value?
What
I
if
think
we
we'll wrap
decide
up
that no
with
one
that.
has value?
Okay.
This
That's
is
quite
Okay.
the answer there.
Mine. Yeah, great.
L's in the chat. We have a lot of them. We're going to
L's in the chat. L's in the chat. L's in the chat.
Joke? I don't get it. Okay. Wi-Fi Gospel says forced diversity is stupid. The best person for the role should get the role, and nothing else should matter. Max.
Sure. So I guess the diversity is the part that they don't like about DEI. Okay, got it.
Well, I didn't even get to this in the argument, but a workable society, regardless of whether you agree with the value judgments or the aesthetic or anything else, um, homogeny is actually more workable as a system than diversity. Diversity actually, if you look at society as some sort of blanket, a Christian view or even an Islamic view or any other view that has some sort of cohesion to their views and values is going to make a blanket that's strong with uniform thread count, the right material. Whereas the secular view has not only against Christians, but it includes the diversity, as I demonstrated tonight, of the Pine Creek hypothesis, which is to say a secular humanist system could include a bunch of antithetical, contradictory secular value judgments that they all have to figure out themselves. Diversity is a lie. Diversity doesn't add any value. They're basically borrowing from the biological, ecological sphere and trying to assign it to the human sphere, and it's a category error. It's a joke.
Because he says so.
This one from
Got
Jordan says, "Are you doing questions at the end?" Yes, we are. Wi-Fi Gospel, we got that one. Says, speaking of Christians calling out Christians. Jim Bob, you're not being very Christian, beating up on this poor European lady.
Oh,
Not
that's
European.
adorable that you spent $5 on an insult, and you didn't realize that you included women plural. Were you trying to call me a woman, or if you're going to insult
Max,
me, be creative.
Max, you guys don't have a distinction of what a woman is anyway, so don't be insulted.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Speaking of insults, they also called you a European. This one from Jordan says, question for Max. In your opening, you supported abortion by saying to focus on the people already living. By that secular standard, are you anti-immigration? If not, please reconcile your contradiction.
There is no contradiction there. Again, you're in another display of dishonesty. You're hijacking my argument. Because I didn't say support abortion to focus on the living people. No. What I pointed out is that they always go to, as a way to undermine or to try to undermine secularism, they always go like down the route of the birth rates. But then once those little bastards are born, fuck them. We don't care. We only care that to force them to be born. Then what are we doing about people in poverty?
Max, I wanted to ask you this question. Do you believe you want to enhance like general welfare and socialism, kind of just generally, or what's your view on that? You do? Okay, so I want to ask you a question. If a bunch of Christians got into the legislative branch and they, from their Christian paradigm, wanted to expand from their theology, the expansion of welfarism and socialism, would you reject it because it was theocratic?
Does it have any like strings attached?
No, they just want to use their Christian ethical paradigm to expand and enforce the welfare state and the movement of money.
Yeah, if it doesn't have like any caveats of like shoehorning, you know, more religion in there, if the pure utilitarian view is that, okay, we end up with people being better, and it is just a coincidence that a Christian using Christian reasoning gave us that, but the result is that you get better overall. I don't really know I would care much about the motivation. More about the results.
Well, interesting. Well, that's why I asked, because if it were the case that that you found out that adopting a Christian ethical position from a secular view actually produced results you liked, that you would have no problem with a Christian ethical system running society so long as it produced the results, right?
And here we have, you get a little concession and now you make a molehill out of it. No, I didn't say...
What would be the contradiction?
I didn't say like a full, like if the outcome is that we get better care, taking care of people of, you know, of less resources, but it doesn't underpin the whole. You can't hijack the theological argument and leave out the theology part outside. This is not how
Yeah, you can.
things go.
No, you can do that. That's what
No.
the Pine Creek hypothesis is about: is hijacking
Yeah,
the Christian
but-
ethical system and leaving out the beliefs. What do you mean?
But how can you divorce that? If
You can.
the Christian worldview is rooted on the belief in God, then you can't have one with the other. Because otherwise it's like, okay, murder is wrong. Why? Because X says that it is. And it's like, what is X? Oh no, it's not part of the discussion anymore. It's like, okay, how do you say this is immoral because it goes against God's law if you don't have God there?
This one might be a good opportunity to move forward. Jordan says, question for Max. In your opening, you supported abortion, procedure A.
This
by
one
saying,
was the one that we were just talking about.
Oh, sorry, long day. Wi-Fi Gospel says, question for Max. 6 guys and a doctor on an island. 5 guys need life-saving organ transplants. 1 guy has all 5 organs. Why is it not okay to unalive 1 guy to save the 5?
Trolley problems. More trolley. They don't have a solution. There is no right solution. It's unfortunately, what secularism requires is that you actually go and think. It's like, okay, in this particular situation, what is the moral choice? Maybe it is okay. That's what I'm saying. That maybe it is okay to do the transplant and get 5 living people rather than 1.
You got it. Anne says, Max, if life is about progress and living a better life, why would you oppose eternal life Christianity offers, which promises not only an afterlife, but also a better one, more meaningful life on earth?
So, translation, why don't you like my fantasy? Because, buddy, newsflash, this is the only life that we have news about. And this is the life that we should make it so that it is best for us and the following generations. That other life, we don't even know it's there. So why would I prepare for it?
Wait a second. You said to make it better for following generations, but we should make life better for following generations, but you don't have a moral obligation under secularism to produce following generations.
Yeah.
Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh.
Yeah, but
Ruh-roh.
We, again, not having... Are you okay? Do you need to take a pill or something? Were you huffing those crystals that you talk about a lot? Yeah. Are you drunk already?
No. This one
can I finish my answer?
No.
Okay.
What have you got, Max?
No, it's okay. He doesn't want to hear it.
But don't worry about that. Just answer it anyway. Why would you defer to him? Like, don't be a soy boy. Just go ahead and say it.
No, I forgot already with all the spurting there. I forgot. Never mind.
This one from Charles Lehner says, Jim Bob for DebateCon 6. Wow. Cinematic Jurassic says, as a fellow atheist, I think one of the flaws with secular humanists is that they focus on if the religion is quote unquote true, as opposed to if it's better for society, regardless if it's true or not.
Well, I didn't get to focus on if it's true or not. Jim Bob got stuck in the little point that I called in my opening he would get stuck on. And we couldn't even have the moral conversation because he thinks that we do not have any way to justify our moral prescriptions. He thinks.
Well, I didn't even get into that. I could have taken the moral approach, but ethical views are derived from some a moral position on something. But my attack tonight wasn't, hey, what's your standard for morality, Max? I didn't do that. I actually pinned the secularist view against another secularist view that adopted a set of norms that you disagree with. And I just simply asked you, how do you argue as a secularist against the Pine Creek hypothesis? And you went silent.
No, I didn't went silent. I rejected.
No, you did. You got wrecked.
Attempted repetitions of
shoehorning.
So it's like,
you got totally wasted.
The reduction of, it's like, what if you don't argue for your paradigm.
Yeah,
What
you
if
didn't have an
I
answer.
put my paradigm in the place
No,
of your
it wasn't.
paradigm,
It wasn't.
and now you
It
answer
wasn't.
questions about
No,
this
it
stupid
wasn't my
hypothetical
paradigm.
that I
It-
just invented.
It wasn't my paradigm. My paradigm actually believes in God. I'm talking about Pine Creek adopting the actual
And you don't
prescriptives.
see-
Dude, I asked you a question. Pine Creek adopts Christian ethics from a pragmatic position. He just prefers that, right? I say he's still a secularist. You say yes. I say, on what basis can you as a secularist argue against him as a secularist on pursuing those Christian ethical systems so long as he doesn't believe in God? Zero, zip, zilch, you got nothing. Move
But
along.
you have to shoehorn in your own.
I didn't shoehorn anything.
In the Christian ethics there.
No, I didn't.
Because otherwise you don't have an argument.
Cool. Let's
Get
swap
outta here.
Christian ethics with
Lurch.
Islamic.
Yeah, it is.
Let's say
Lurch.
Pine Creek Doug adopts
Lurch.
the Islamic ethical program, but
Lurch.
doesn't believe in Allah. Same problem, dude.
What?
You don't have a way out of this. Get out of here.
What?
Because
It's
you
literally a
can't
test of
shoehorn-
your
it's
own
a
logical
sneaky
system, dude.
argument. It's not an actual argument. It's like, what if you don't do your thing and then do my thing and answer my questions with your paradigm? But it's my paradigm.
What are you
It's
talking about?
dishonest. It's
I
trap
demonstrated that a
argument.
secular...
It's literally a test of your own
Dude,
logical
Max,
system.
no, it's for the audience. It's for the audience. It's for the audience, just so you know. Just so you know, to summarize. The thing about this whole debate was this. A secularist can adopt
demonstrated that a
prescriptives
It's okay
of
that you
systems
get it.
that
It's
are
for the audience.
theistic
It's for the
without
audience.
adopting
It's
the
for the audience,
belief
just so you know.
ultimately of the
Just so you know,
theism
to
that they're
summarize.
adopting.
The
I'm
thing about
demonstrating that
this
they
whole
can
debate
they're
was
still
this. A
secularists,
secularist
but they can adopt all of these views. They can
prescriptives
reject
of
the Skittles stuff. They can
systems
reject the
that
Troon
are
stuff. They can
theistic
reject DEI.
without
They can
adopting the
reject. That's why I
belief
call it the
ultimately
Pine
of the
Creek
theism that
hypothesis.
they're
The
adopting.
problem
I'm
is you guys
demonstrating that
can't
they
argue
they're
against
still
him, and so instead you
secularists,
demonize
but they
him,
can
and
adopt
you
all
can't. You have
these
no
views-
arguments from a
views. They can
secular view.
reject
We're
the
not
Skittles
importing
stuff.
the
They can
Christian
reject
ethical
Troon
program.
stuff. They can
We're
reject
importing
DEI. They
the
can
prescriptives
reject-
that
that's why
can
I
be
call it the Pine
borrowed
Creek hypothesis.
from the
The
secularist,
problem
and the
is,
secularist
you
who
guys can't argue
opposes
against
Christian
him, and
ethics
so instead you
can't argue
demonize
against
him,
the
and
secular
you
who
can't-
abides
you have
by
no
them.
arguments
They have
from a
nothing.
secular view. We're not importing the Christian
How?
ethical program. We're importing the prescriptives that can be borrowed from the secularist, and the secularist who opposes Christian ethics can't argue against the secular who abides by them. They have nothing.
Yes, we can.
How?
For
I want to give you the
example,
last
let's
word,
say-
Max, because this
All right.
super chat most recent one was for you.
All right. So, let's say they reject trans rights. Well, they would be against the flourishing of a group of
No,
humans.
they just
So,
reject your standard for flourishing. That's all. Is they're still
They-
secular, by the way.
I know
Fail.
the label is
Another
not
fail for
important,
Max.
But they're actively going against what secular humanism stands for.
Can a
That's
secularist
why
disagree on the
it's
standard for
a
flourishing with you?
nonsense position to discuss.
No, they just reject
Okay,
your
cool,
standard
that's
for
over.
flourishing. That's all. Is they're still secular, by the way. Fail. Another fail.
Unbelievable.
Another nitpicking. You think you have something and you don't.
Can a secularist disagree on the standard for flourishing with you?
Without going
Yes,
too
we
far,
can
because we
discuss
have
that.
that's
Okay,
we've been,
cool,
like,
that's
on this
over.
question for about 5 minutes. We do have to
Yeah,
jump
we
to
can
this.
go into
Burnham says, if I pretended Tolkien
Unbelievable.
wrote the Bible and lived my life with the same ethical framework as if it were God, would it make a difference in my life?
I don't know what they mean. Or
I-
who this is even for.
Either of you, if you'd like to take a
It's-
stab at it.
It's the same argument I have, is that if suddenly people found a 2000, let's say that Lord of the Rings was 2000 years old, and the society picked up the book and they looked at it, whether or not the truth of the book was valid, they could pick it up, and if they derived some ethical principles from it and used the book as the central core of their philosophy and code of conduct in the land, how could a secularist argue against it if it doesn't include any belief in God or anything? It's still secular, yet it's based on something made up, right? So does that mean that secularism allows for a system set up purely on fiction? Like, so long as it wasn't a God? Yes? No?
Why, no, because one of the pillars is that to be rooted in reality. That's why I asked, and it's a very important distinction. If we agree that we share the intersubjective reality we're experiencing.
Yeah, but I don't experience human rights as a thing, and yet you assume they exist. And the reality is that humans can actually, hold on, the reality is that a human can That's the reality. The reality is a human can look at Tolkien, the book, and a society can structure in reality around the book. That's in reality. The fact that Tolkien and the dragons or everything else in the book isn't real doesn't actually negate the fact that there's an aspect of reality that they're deriving from the book, and they're applying it to reality. So it sounds like as long as it applies, Max, how could you argue against it? Because the argument isn't whether or not Tolkien and everything in the book is real. The question is whether or not they could adopt it and place it in reality.
If it lines up with secular humanism, sure, believing in Tolkien moral values, sure, but we're justifying it on utilitarianism. Is that the underlying premise is that, oh, it produces the same result as secular humanism without the compulsion to believe in something else, then okay, sure, yeah, it doesn't get you any victory. It's like, okay,
this might be a good opportunity. Wi-Fi Gospel says, I just scheduled my son's appointment for his first face tattoo. We're so excited, deciding between a Minecraft or Roblox logo.
I love that you think that's somehow a dig on me. It's like, this dude has to go like, what if you tattoo a 3-year-old in the face? It's like, yeah, okay, sure. Go ahead.
So animated, Max. Let's see. I like your energy. Burnham says, why doesn't CH, duty, guarantee moral behavior? Is it...
Wait, what? They're talking about duty behavior? Or duties,
yes,
or duty with a D.
Duty, D-U-T-Y. They say, why doesn't CH?
Maybe
What's
it's SH, secular humanism.
Yeah.
Right, because we don't, we have the duties, yes, but you're not compelled into them. It's sort of a voluntary thing. And that's the way that it should be. Because we believe in personal autonomy and all that.
Well, it should be as a duty, though. So if you're saying it should be that there's no duties, you're actually in a performative contradiction.
This one coming in from Stargate Untangled says, Jim Bob, why assume pursuing happiness means going full dark side? I'd love to be rich, but that doesn't mean I'd rob someone. I'd find other ways.
That's irrelevant to whether or not testing the logical entailment of the view, pursue happiness, would necessarily include people doing things that they deem make them happy. Like, I don't know, Dahmer eating brain custard on a weekend. So the point is, people, because they pursue happiness, will definitely do bad things. The question is, if pursuing happiness is the ethical standard, you have to include people doing things that you don't like if it makes them happy. Simple. It's not a hard thing, dude.
It's even simpler than that. They can't argue for the position, so they have to go to necro stuff and.
Well, no, I mean those Max, yeah. Those hypotheticals are valuable because right now, Max, there's a company that makes little kid sex dolls right now. Under your system, that's totally fine because it doesn't hurt anyone or violate autonomy, right?
Did you ask me?
Yeah, is it okay?
Honestly, it's not something that I have made up my mind, but...
Yeah, you're just pondering it still? Okay, that's all we need to know.
Let me tell you this. What if we make a study and we find that actually helps people with those proclivities to actually go for real-life humans? Would that make it better? Yes, that is a real moral question.
Oh, really? Then castrating them would help them not do that too. So you have to bite the bullet on that, my buddy.
Wait.
Whoopsie. Made a quick response, but didn't think it through. If it produces,
I did think it through.
If castrating, you're in a tough position here. If castrating all those people, let me talk.
All right, you have to.
I let you talk. I need you to ask why.
You don't like it, do you?
Why is my position not even being discussed? You jumped.
Okay, buddy.
What about this?
What
about this?
Okay,
and you didn't even touch my good one.
Okay.
Well, all right. We can do both questions. Is Max, I think you're saying that you asked your question first and you didn't feel like it was answered.
Yes. and I didn't get an answer. I got another question.
All right, let's give Jim Bob 30 seconds to answer, and then we'll give him
the question. Okay, the question was, if the science determined that giving people sex dolls would stop their likelihood of doing that to other people, real people, would then you say, oh, sure, do it? No, because if you were going to take a utility approach that minimized the possibility, if that's the argument, you might as well skip to castration, because that'll definitely stop the action from happening.
Is it guaranteed? I don't think so.
I understand.
Is it guaranteed otherwise? No, it's not guaranteed the other way either. What are you talking about?
Why would you go into harming someone when we can do preventative measures?
That's the ultimate preventative measure. Why don't you just skip to the ultimate?
No, because in my case, no one gets harmed. In your case, you are attacking someone for a condition, but they haven't actually done anything.
And so your hypothetical relies on the assumption that someone engaging more in their proclivity will stop them from wanting more of the proclivity. Doing more of the thing will stop them from wanting to do more of the thing. That's a great reasoning, Max. That's really great.
It wasn't my reasoning. I asked you a hypothetical, like many of the really dumb ones you posed today, and it was a few,
dumb ones.
Like it was one of the few that I gave.
No,
you can't even.
I'm not a utilitarian, dude. I don't prescribe. Okay, I don't prescribe. From your review, you would. That's why, under your review, if you're saying, well, if X causes Y and Y is the value, then anything that X is good enough to cause Y, the outcome. That's just straight up what happens under that system. Is that so long as you produce the outcome, you can justify anything you do, which is the baseline core trend of secularism across time. Go ahead.
But I didn't say that. You just asserted, oh, this is your position. And you've been doing that all day.
You don't even really have a position, Max.
I do have a position.
Not really. Let me guess, it's nuanced. Your whole position is it's nuanced. I can't extrapolate it.
No, we need to discuss the nuance. It's not that this is not a one-size-fits-all conversation. You know that.
Yeah,
right?
that's why it won't work for society, because society has to be run by an assumption of one-size-fits-all if you're going to order a society. The failures of secularism is that it's plural, even within secularism.
This one coming in from Abject Fool says, Max, if a government goes against humanist values to the degree you deem unacceptable, is a revolution justifiable? Would you personally use a weapon to enforce your values on others until your side wins?
Well, now we talked a little bit about revolutions. In today's world, I don't think that this type of violent uprisings and revolutions are the way to go. We have the technology to develop, and I believe that upholding democratic values is the ultimate secularist move, right? So ideally, no. If it would become the case that the opposing view is actively harming, then I guess I would join the revolution, I would say, but only as like a last resort. In today's world, we can discuss stuff. We don't have to just fight each other.
Well, Max, isn't it true that this democracy, certain forms of it, could produce authoritarianism?
Well, the corruption of implements inside democracy, but there are supposed to be checks and balances that even if a president turns authoritarian, we try to minimize that, and they will
no, Max. I'm asking, Max. Sorry, I'll reframe it. Isn't it possible that a more direct form of democracy can vote in authoritarianism, the will of the majority?
Wait. What?
Isn't it true that a more direct form of democracy could have a majority vote in an authoritarian regime? They voted it in.
I suspect you're not authoritarian regime. You mean a dictatorship?
Yeah, voted in. Isn't it possible for a democracy in a more direct form to take the majority and vote in a dictatorship? Yes or no?
I'm having trouble with the framing here.
I know.
Yes, because you ask really very convoluted
Important
questions.
question.
No, they're not important. They're all underlying with.
I know.
With
Anything
subtext.
to answer, anything to not answer the question.
We'll go
Well,
to the
ask
new.
a more clear question. So what I would say
Okay.
This one comes.
So is it okay that I got a chance to think and now I have my answer, or
No.
do answers all have to be instantaneous?
Pretty instant.
Brain?
Pretty instant.
Okay, so it would happen that a society could vote democratically, just carry on the democratic process until they vote someone, and that person goes outside of the fold of democracy into authoritarianism.
No. Stop it. I said specifically, Max, isn't it possible that the majority under a more direct democracy could willfully vote in a dictator, not vote someone who becomes a dictator by going outside of the system? I said specifically, isn't it possible that a democracy can take the majority and they can willfully vote in a dictatorship? Yes or no?
No, why?
No, it's not possible.
You even do that? No, why?
Oh, really?
Because the system wouldn't allow to.
You wouldn't allow
someone to campaign on a democratic platform with.
Why not?
Authoritarianism.
If the people wanted it, if the democratic majority wanted it, of course they would.
No.
Yes. There's no contradiction, bro.
There are checks and balances.
No, they vote away. No, they vote those away, dude, from democracy, which is the method. They vote away the checks and balances, literally, by voting.
That's not how that works.
Yes, it is. It's happened. No, so I don't know what you're talking about.
When has it happened?
I think it happened in one of the African countries. A more direct version of democracy ended in mob rule, leaning toward one thing, which is why any form of democracy is already flawed. But the lesser powerful the democracy, the more safe the democracy is. Case in point, the United States is a representative republic that uses democratic format, but ultimately reduces the power of democracy. But if democracy itself was good, Max, then the fullest form of democracy should definitely be good, but it's not.
We'll jump to the next one.
Laugh it out, buddy.
Yeah, the myopic view on politics from Americans is just.
That's not an argument, bro. That's not an argument.
Nublet says,
not an argument.
They're just pointing something.
Got to move to the next one. They say, Max, my grandfather suffered from Alzheimer's for years, and there were long stretches of time that he wasn't self-aware. Was it okay to unalive him like fetuses that are not self-aware?
No, generally no. We give people who have been aware the same regard as they are. But it gives someone with terminal, like an accident, and they're in a vegetative state, and we know for a fact that they're never going to wake up. It's not immoral to pull the plug on that case.
How do you know for a fact they're not going to wake up?
Medically.
We know
that. Yeah.
We know things, right?
Who's Rich Purnell says, John Bob, explain why only orthodoxy can explain reality.
Oh, no.
Only orthodoxy can explain reality? Well, I wouldn't argue that only orthodoxy can explain parts of reality. I grant that atheists can accurately describe reality. If you're talking about an explanation, I would argue that the reality itself is composed of a tripartite basically features. That is to say, there's an immateriality to reality, there's a material to reality, and then there's our minds and the conceptual, and these things are all bound together. So that's not a question I can answer in this format. You probably already know that, but I think that's a really good question, even if you're trying to do a short gotcha. I think it would lead to the argument, the transcendental argument for God being, is there any necessary precondition for all of reality to be the way it is? And that would include an account for immaterial things, material things, logic, regular nature, how we interact with the world. And this has to be all bound in something absolute if knowledge exists, if truth exists. And I could make subsequent arguments for why God is necessary for truth existing.
This one coming in from Capital Science says, I'm an atheist, but Max lost.
Oh,
It could
that's
be a
adorable.
sock account, Max.
Of
This one from
course it is.
Alejandro Vallejo says, hey, Max,
Pacheco.
do you think rim job would say disobeying God is immoral? If God commanded Christians to kill, would killing be moral? If God's commands can be immoral, then we don't need God for morality, Jim Bob.
That's so stupid. And because of the name you used, I'm not even going to answer your question.
Oh.
Enslaved by
that's
truth.
again what this is what secularism produces. It's disgusting, degenerate.
Oh,
So there you go.
Really? When
Yeah.
you have to try and debunk it, you have to go to like necro stuff and.
What do you mean? I don't
the
advocate.
fringes of-
What?
Yes.
What?
Don't you think I've seen you?
Yeah, that's
talking
a
about secular
hypothetical.
spearman, and you go
That's a
and leave, like,
hypothetical.
what about necro stuff?
So wait a second. Hypotheticals are not in the same category as personal insults. Nice job, Max.
I didn't say. Oh,
Yes, you did say that, Max.
Oh, that's adorable.
That's okay.
Have
I
you
just-
run out of
Look,
things
it's
to
simple.
do
I
that
just
you go
won't
to
engage.
the mocking
okay.
the accent portion of the debate?
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
It's like, do you think that you're the only one that's you know
What?
you have an accent, right?
I don't care.
Enslaved
It sound
by
like
truth. All right, you guys both have beautiful accents. Enslaved by truth says, remember the Taco Bell dog? This is him now. This one from Even Lord. Were you talking about Jim Bob? Okay, this one from... You guys, like, don't worry. All right, you guys... Well, actually, I should have asked beforehand. Do you guys want me to not read insults toward you guys?
No.
Well, if
for me,
they're
read them.
sexually graphic, I mean, I'm streaming my end. I don't want sexual graphic stuff on mine.
Oh, for me, you can read anything. I'll take it.
Even Lord says, the societies with the most flourishing in history are more authoritarian, and they are often homogeneous. Max, why are you promoting an unstable society?
Yeah, because I reject the premise. Give me a citation for that, buddy.
A citation for homogeny being a necessary component for sustainable systems.
No, for the thing that is a claim that flourishing in history are more authoritarian. Citation needed.
This one coming in from Aisha's Goat says, Max, if morality is subjective and based on human consensus, what makes something truly quote-unquote right or quote-unquote wrong beyond cultural preference?
Well, there may not be an objective right or wrong. It is that we decide and we change with the times what we consider right and wrong. And the funny thing is that they will criticize. It's like, but your morality is subjective. And then they will tell you that God's morality has never changed, when in fact it has changed. It changes from denomination to denomination.
What?
And
That's so stupid, dude. What are you talking about? If denomination...
And on top of that, it
Just
is something based on
What?
the interpretation of,
Oh my gosh, dude.
of who they consider
Okay,
the
I do.
authoritative
They
view
did
of their
ask. They
church.
forgive me for interrupting. They specifically did ask me. They said, just please be sure he actually answers it. So I understand that you would say that Christian views are subjective, but they're asking about yours.
Yes.
So they're saying, if morality is subjective and based on human consensus, what makes something truly right or wrong beyond the cultural preference?
But
So
I did
what,
answer
in
that.
one word,
There
what
may
would you?
not, again, this is the
It's
they're trying
nuanced.
to
It's
judge
nuanced.
secular. Are you Dansberging? Am I allowed? Is it a
I don't-
threat to your
I
little
don't- I don't think you have the position tonight to call someone else a Spurg, dude.
Sure, buddy. So there may not be an objective right or wrong. That is what happens when you're dealing with the subjective experience. But again, what I try to highlight is that you're using your preference for an objective system or a perceived objective system to judge the people on the other side. That is an external critique, not an
Okay,
internal
I get it
one.
that you
And-
don't like Jim Bob's position, but what I need is they're saying what makes something right, truly right or wrong beyond cultural preference on your view, whether morality be objective or subjective.
But
What makes something-
I already answered. There may not be an objective right or wrong.
Okay, they're saying whether they're saying either granting moral subjectivism or moral objectivism, what makes something right or wrong beyond cultural preference?
Fourth time, there may not be an actual objective right or wrong.
If it's not, they're saying if there's no objective right or wrong, is there anything else other than preferences that would determine the rightness or wrongness? They're asking anything other than that.
But it's not about preference. We discuss it, and in the intersubject, there's moral intuition, pragmatism. There's so many ways in which you can.
So you prefer pragmatic. That's a preference. You prefer to follow your moral intuitions. That's a preference. What else would it be other than preferences, Max?
Those are not saying that all of those are just preferences.
They are. Yeah, if you have a moral intuition and you say, my moral intuition says to order society this way, you're actually saying you prefer to order society aligned with your moral intuition. That's a preference. What else would it be?
No, but the concept of moral intuition is the fact that humans, at least at surface level, seem to agree that murdering someone is not the correct thing to do. We all then later justify those things on a deeper level. But for example, when a little kid, like a 3-year-old, is playing around and hits the dog and hears the dog whimper, they understand that they did something bad, right? That's what we call moral intuition. We seem to have, at least on a most basic level, an understanding, a priori understanding of morality. And you can justify it like that.
That's not justification.
Yes,
coming in from Swampy Pube says, since the entire debate was Max trying to defend secular humanism, can we take a bit for Jim Bob to support that Christianity is best for society?
Sure, yeah. Well, the argument goes something like this. Society depends on order to maintain itself, function effectively, and flourish. A sustained ordered society requires a set of duties and obligations. Secularism doesn't have any authoritative set of duties and moral obligations. Christianity does. A better society requires a foundation to sustain its order using duties and moral obligations. Christianity has a set of moral obligations that we follow. We have an obligation to procreate. That sustains society. We have an obligation to put thieves in jail. We have an obligation to not lie. We have an obligation to go to church. We have an obligation to feed the hungry. We have an obligation to focus on people in need. We have an obligation of tithing. We have an obligation of being married. We have an obligation of staying married. None of which exist under the secular position. Christianity's better.
Why are those arbitrarily selected criteria?
Because we evolved to. Because we evolved to.
Can I finish the damn question before you start answering?
Okay, sorry.
Why are those arbitrarily chosen criteria the measuring stick that you use in order to judge a paradigm?
Because I established in premise 1 that we both agree society depends on these things. Whether or not you agree with what the duties are, you can't deny that some of the duties are required to even have a society. That's why I structured the argument, Max, to say society depends, whether it's secular or something else, depends on order to maintain itself, its function, and its flourishing. For society to exist, you need to maintain the population of the society, or else there's no society. So the Christian view has an obligation to procreate. The secular view does not. We're already winning. The Christian view presents a moral obligation to stay married, to make strong family bonds that also tie to other family bonds. That the secular view doesn't have that. The secular view doesn't even have a moral duty to acknowledge rights. You guys can't even have a moral duty in your own system to acknowledge rights.
Oh yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Just keep saying we don't, and I've
where is it? Where is it?
Yeah,
where is it? What's the duty? So I've already established, folks, that a secularist can deny human rights and still be a secularist. So yes, they can. Yes, they can. Yes, we can. Tell me how, if secularism, Max, secularism is defined as denoting attitudes, activities, and other things that have no religious or spiritual basis. If they see human rights as a fiction and a made-up fiction, a spiritual concept, rights, some ethereal thing, and they reject it, they're still a secular. You can't tell them they're not a real secular if they deny human rights. Get out of here.
Yeah, this is
Get
just
out of
like,
here.
oh,
Get out of here.
what if a globe earther
What?
actually
Oh, of
believes
course.
the
Here
Earth
he, here he goes. Here he
What
goes.
if an actual globe
Boys in the well.
earther actually believes the Earth is flat?
What?
Would he be a globe
What?
earther? Can you be a
No.
globe earther
No.
and still
That's a
believe
no.
that the Earth is
No.
flat?
That's a
Can you
contradiction.
stop spurging?
That's a contradiction.
I am talking.
No.
Yes,
No.
and that's what you're doing.
No.
You're setting up a contradiction
No, I
as
didn't.
a way to
Tell me the
undermine
contradiction.
an argument.
Let's
and
hear
it's
Tell me
just
the contradiction
ridiculous.
then.
Let's hear what Max, what were you saying that you wanted to be sure you weren't interrupting?
Yes, and I talk a lot to flat earthers, so I jumped to that. I wasn't poisoning the well or anything like that. I was just doing an example. So what you're saying is, what if a secularist human does the opposing things that would make him a secularist human? Is he a secularist human? Yeah, that's a contradiction.
What's the
Baked into
contradiction?
your argument.
What's the contradiction of a secular humanist denying human rights exist?
Because we are part of the acknowledgement of secular humanism is the acceptance of human rights, because we all have inherent value.
Yeah, and I established that the American Humanist Association could come together and disagree and find out that
my fucking God,
they can.
this
Yeah, what do you mean?
again.
Dude, just spurging over me doesn't stop the point.
I'm not spurging.
It's yes.
You're stuck in. I have vinyl,
No,
scratch
listen,
vinyl that
listen,
repeats itself less than you.
I'm going to repeat it for the audience, not you. The American Humanist Association, good without God, could actually come together in agreement in a couple years. And they find out that the denial of human rights might actually be better in the short term for human flourishing. That's a logical possibility, and it wouldn't contradict the secular humanist view. It could just be arbitrary.
It means nothing. This
It
is what
means that
happens when someone doesn't have an
means
argument.
nothing?
They have to
It means
play
nothing? Okay.
all these stupid
Okay,
little
buddy.
games instead of
buddy.
actually debating the topic. It's like,
Okay.
what if we go
Jump
to
to
the
the next
fringe
question.
of this very
Okay, Max, one
unlikely
short. Let's see if you
scenario?
can
What happens
answer.
then?
Let's see if you can answer
I do
one
wanna,
question
we do
directly.
have a lot of questions yet.
Okay, just this is important. This is really important question. Really short. It's a yes or no question. Is it possible for the secular humanist view, in the short term, for the flourishing of well-being, adopt a view that rejects human rights? Is it possible?
Logically, sure.
Great. That's all I needed. Move on.
It would
What's
have
going
to
from?
be, at the brink of extinction.
That's all. It doesn't matter. That's all I need,
Or
dude.
No,
Or to-
it's not all you need, dude. Because
Spurg heard it.
All
Look
right.
at him. He's so
appealing
mad.
to the-
He's so mad.
Appealing to
It's
the
a lot of-
fringe.
He's
lot
so
of
mad.
appealing to the
energy.
fringe
42
of a
attacks
condition.
says,
So mad.
said, is it
Can I finish my
excusable?
point?
He's so mad.
So
He's so-
I'm J Bob.
he's-
I
Appealing-
like your
appealing
animated-
to the fringes of positions to
Okay.
apply in an apocalyptic scenario.
Okay.
Would we have to
Okay.
ensure martial law in order
Okay.
to make sure that humanity survives?
Uh-huh.
That doesn't make an argument, because that is
Okay.
the fringe of the situation. We don't legislate based on the fringes.
Oh, you don't?
based
Oh, really? You don't legislate?
on the
You don't legislate based on the fringes?
I
Really?
can't
Do you
get
want to
to
explore?
finish a
Do we want to
sentence.
explore
For
your
fuck's
policies
sake.
on transgenderism and tell me you don't legislate based on the fringes? Get out of here, dude.
Get out of here,
You're
dude.
you're trash.
Sure.
You're trash.
Oh, toot your own horn.
Trash.
Stroke that security blanket a little
You're
more.
trash.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
You're
This-
trash. I'm
too
Jim
trash.
Bob.
Too trash.
This
Totes trash.
Are you drunk already?
No, this is kombucha. It's-
4-2 attack says, quote, is it excusable? No. It was an act that had to be done for the sake of society, unquote. Max, those are your own words about people who were told weren't worthy of society. I'm wondering what you would think of someone that said that about Hanukkah Harry. Or is it Hanukkah Harry?
Hanukkah Harry. That's right.
Thank you.
Hanukkah Harry.
What is this?
Hanukkah Harry is a character. Max probably doesn't know the character. It's like an old Saturday Night Live reference. Hanukkah Harry. I think he's referring to the bagel people.
Who was the question by? Maybe if I read it, I can.
They said 4-2 attack. That's the name of their. They
Okay,
say
is it excusable? No, it was an evil act. Oh, okay. Yeah, this gets us into the topic of the greater good. But the problem is that all of these cases are life and death situations. So faced with human extinction or maybe temporarily giving away rights in order to prevent extinction, that would be the moral thing to do, sure. But we don't base our moral system based on the extreme case that we're about to go extinct. That's not how we do stuff.
Wait a second, but you said the French Revolution, the revolutionaries were just anti-monarchy, and they weren't facing, you couldn't argue they were facing definite extinction in that scenario, would you?
No, but now you.
Well, now the standard changes. Oh, I see. That's all I need. No, that's Max. That's all I needed, sir. That's all I needed.
Because you're like a horse with blinders.
No, that's all I needed, sir.
You don't see anything.
No, I just see all of your inconsistencies, and so does everyone else.
I was talking about extinction because the previous thing you were talking about an extinction event. When it came to the French Revolution, people were having a really bad time. So
that's enough, right? So were the Yazis. So were the Yazis.
It wasn't about immediate extinction.
Okay.
But it was about
you're having a bad time, guys. You heard it here first. If you have a bad time, then you can organize a complete directed effort against people and literally eliminate them.
I wonder how people think that you're a good debater.
Hold on. I just want to hold on. 1 second. I want to read this one more time because for to attack, I feel like they want to be sure. Max, give me a second. Is they say they want to be sure it gets a proper response. Quote, is it for some reason they don't like that I rubbed my eyes while I was reading it. But they say, is it excusable? No, it was an act that had to be done for the sake of society. And they're saying, Max, those are your own words about people you were told weren't worthy of society. I'm wondering what you would think of someone that said that about Hanukkah Harry.
I'm not addressing that part because I don't know the reference, so I don't know what they're talking. So I'm trying to talk about the generalities of the question.
Let's hear from Jim Bob. What do they mean by
Hanukkah Harry? I think they're referring to the Jews.
Oh, are they talking about the Jays? As
the Jays
on YouTube have to say.
Sorry. Oh, the Jays. I just want to say bagels if you want to work around.
We'll make it even more. We'll say the Blue Jays.
Blue Jays.
What the hell? I'm lost. What does this mean?
If the people who had blonde hair, blue eyes had a society they set up based on their preferences and their own arbitrary views of values, and they saw that another group of people was undermining that, and they were having a really bad time, Max, they were having a really bad time. And based on having a really bad time and looking at their own identity potentially being extinguished, they got into a panic mode. But, you know, they're like the revolutionaries. It's just that the people who were killed in this revolutionary act, Max, happened to look a certain way from a certain place and has been documented ever since in history as a horrific moment. But yet you justify the French Revolution by saying they were having a bad time and they just really needed to do something about it. He's asking the distinction between the two, Max. Meaningful distinction. Yeah, yawn it out, buddy.
Yeah.
Good. It's a good question.
It's not
Max,
a good question.
can you at least...
Unbelievable. This guy is the worst.
Can you humor it, Max? Can you answer the question according to what you've heard?
Well, there is a perceived threat, like, I don't know. This is such a ridiculous question. I don't even know how to answer it.
You don't have an answer for it.
Wait, I don't understand. You said it was racist?
I have no idea what it means. This is such a weird...
Look, it's simple.
Okay, if the proletariat in the, like, equating the French Revolution to what happened in the Second World War, I don't think it's a fair comparison because it's not the same situation.
It's about Hanukkah Harry.
It's about Hanukkah Harry.
I don't know.
Code language.
Okay.
Right. That's exactly what I was saying. The French Revolution is not the same as
why they had a really bad time based on your standard. They're having a bad time.
Yeah, but that's were they having a really bad?
Yeah, they were having a really bad time. Yeah, there's people like you know, there's some people undermining the culture. There's a little bit of degeneracy going on. They were having a really bad time. And so, like the revolutionaries, from your perspective, the bad time they were having, they thought, well, there's nothing else to do. We have to do this necessary evil to preserve the good times. Yeah, but why isn't it, though? You just keep saying it's not, but you can't tell me why.
Yes, I can tell you why.
Tell us.
Because
Okay.
exterminating a group of people,
like the revolutionaries did?
Yes.
Yeah, go on. Still don't know the difference yet.
What were the differences?
Okay, wait. What was it? It was just the question was, why is it wrong? That's the question. Just that's all we want. Just the answer to that.
The bourgeoisie were facing eventual extinction. It was not like an immediate thing, like there's an asteroid coming, but they were facing hunger and poverty. And
what's the short answer though? Why was it wrong?
This doesn't have a short answer. It's not a TikTok question.
We are going to let's see the next question. Mods, take it easy on muting in the chat. Do me a solid. Unless it violates YouTube terms of service, like you can't, if someone in the chat says, I can't say it on stream, but if they say like they type in NIGGER, then you ban them or whatever. But you know, if it's just like they make fun of my haircut or something, it's fine. Just leave it. Insults are fine, as long as they're not breaking YouTube terms of service. This one from Abject Fool says, Max, do we intrinsically know what is wrong?
No, we have a sense of moral intuition, but the world has gotten so big and so complicated that a lot of what we consider ethics has to be analyzed thoroughly. Like, for example, let's look into the future. The next 50 years, we managed to get generalized AI. Can we really trust Christian ethics to deal with
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate your question as well. Just came in fresh. You got it. Oh wait, Isa, I miss yours and a few others. But Wagira says, what is the purpose of having these Christian versus atheism / secular debates anymore? Every debate reduces the assumed dismissal of atheists' ability to weigh in on morality. If true, what can possibly be added?
Well, I'll answer this. The value of it is if you were just listening and you did understand that when we order society, we're assuming some metaethical positions. When you vote on metaethical positions, and that's what's informing your policies, you probably are seeking out something that's consistent and can be defended when you talk to other people. Because if they ask you, what do you think about XYZ, and it's related to a policy and law, you want to be able to defend it from a metaethical view. The point is, Christianity not only provides the necessary items for sustaining a society, but also gives an account and a set of prescriptions for how people ought to behave, whereas secularism doesn't. So, I mean, the value to me is immense, because we have to basically teach people. We have an obligation to expose horrific worldviews, and secularism is a horrific worldview.
This Abject Fool says, Max, do we intrinsically know what is wrong?
Oh, you already asked that.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, we covered.
M. Williams has an even better question. Max, are you Puerto Rican?
No, I'm from Uruguay.
This one from Max V says, Jim Bob has never had a good argument, so he relies on idiotic insults in his army of incels. Wow.
That's really funny, given that I made an argument with premises and a conclusion, and my opponent didn't make any arguments with premises and a conclusion.
Oh,
they say it's
logic
time
is
to.
not the only way to make an argument, buddy.
They say
What?
it's time to grow up, Jim Bob. All right. They say you're 50 years old.
No, I'm not.
Wow. Jeez. Okay,
You-
this one from Burnham.
James, did you just admit you're 50 years old? You said, "Geez."
Yeah, I was like, geez, what's so wrong with being 50 years old? I'm enjoying it. These are my golden years. Burnham says, if we can obtain the same societal benefits by attributing the Bible to Tolkien, does that prove divine command isn't needed to elicit duty?
If we can
ask this twice.
Wait, say that again.
If we can obtain the same, if we can obtain the same societal benefits by attributing the Bible to Tolkien, does that prove divine command isn't needed to elicit duty?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say to ground ultimately the standard of morality and is different than whether or not you can construct a set of prescriptives from any book that's superior to a view that doesn't have any. In this case, Tolkien is a good example. That even a made-up story, pragmatically, would offer more than an absent system of duties and ethics. But the question he's asking is, if you can derive some sort of normative system of ethics from Tolkien, why would you need the Bible? I would say that's a question of whether or not you're concerned with whether the Tolkien is true or not whether it works or not. But this argument tonight, this debate isn't what's true; it's what works.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it as well. Bubblegum. Oh, we missed Isa. Sorry about that. Isa says, great debate, Max and Jim Bob. There's an after show.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for that, Isa, and thanks for not
the
asking
one and
them.
only after show on the internet. The after
no,
show
I'm not
on Matters Now.
No, I'm having an after show. It's going to be way better.
That's from Timu.
It's going to be way better.
That's from Timu. That's from Timu.
This
I
one
have
coming.
hundreds of after shows under my belt. That one is the fake one.
This one from Vigo says, Max, would you be more willing to engage in hypotheticals if you had eaten breakfast this morning?
Oh, that's adorable. I would be more willing to engage in the hypotheticals if they didn't have like 3 assumptions and 3 baked-in sub-arguments and subplots per sentence.
What?
That's why nonsense, he has to spend like 5 minutes setting up the hypothetical. It's
so
like,
nonsense.
And if this happens and
oh,
this,
wow.
it's like, oh, that's the dishonesty just like oozing out of your pores.
Wow.
Yes,
this
wow.
one from
That's what I've said all debate. Wow.
Wow.
VH Kane says, wow. Jim Bob, you mentioned before something about proof of the Bible. I'd like to see this proof so that society can finally own slaves again. Please elaborate.
I've never used the term proof in the Bible in a sentence. Proof is a mathematical distinction. It's not a reference. It's not a reference of historicity. Historicity needs to be examined through the lens of a paradigm. You're dealing with like what you would call evidences. There can only be evidences of the biblical truth. But I don't reduce my my worldview to the Bible. I go to church history, and then I go to philosophical arguments as well as the Bible. So I don't know the person who's saying that. I've never used the word proof. I think that's a mischaracterization of what proof is.
No, I agree with him, and we agree on. Maybe it's because I talk to philosophers a lot. That
cheers.
Is not the correct word for that.
Yeah.
Cheer you.
Cheers. Yeah. Cheers.
And the other day, for those of you who don't know, the other day we bonded a little bit with Jimbo over debunking some gematria.
Oh yeah.
So
oh yeah.
Even though we are like hyper opposed on many of our views, we can still have a laugh and bond over.
Wait, aren't you debating him?
No, he ran away from me.
Oh man.
Literally ran away. Called me a beta while running away from the debate.
Beta. This one coming in from Cool V1C says, thank you for entertaining debate on MDD. Thanks for your kind words. Wagira says, what is the purpose of we got that one. Austin Graham says, Max is suicide. Get what that.
Can't even use that.
Immoral.
Anymore.
Is self-terminating immoral? Why or why not?
No, I wouldn't say it's immoral. I would say we shouldn't advocate for it. We should help people who are having those intrusive thoughts. But given that we respect bodily autonomy, and there are some cases in which it does actually seem like the moral choice, I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that, like as a blanket statement, that is immoral.
Bubble Gum Gun says, in Christianity, God said the age of consent is 12. Is that in the Bible, Jim Bob?
No, I don't think the number 12 is in the Bible. What's in the Bible is fully developed, a development, whereas the Quran doesn't have that. It does point to the development of being a precondition.
What's it say in the Secular Humanist Manifesto, Max?
Yeah, what does it say in the secular? Yeah, exactly.
This one.
The Secular Humanist Manifesto is not like when you have a question about is this moral or not, you don't just like go to the manifesto the way that you would go to the Bible to try and prove that. You have to actually do the work. You have to have the philosophical conversations and have the actual debates in society about is this position moral or immoral. You keep referring to the Humanist Manifesto as an authoritative thing, like you would refer to the Bible, but it's not like that.
This one coming in from Even Lord says, is communism as bad as Yahtzee-ism? What do you guys think?
No, I would say Yahtzee-ism is worse.
Well, Yahtzeeism is a form of national socialism. So the dichotomy between communism and socialism, I think, emerges because it's trying to reduce life to a strict sort of like utility. It's trying to produce some sort of like utopian impulse that we all have as humans, by the way. I think both of them try to act on that. And in that action, they actually reject the duties and obligations of a Christian view, and they try to make some sort of heaven on earth through communism or socialism. I think there's a spiritual aspect to communism and socialism. It's trying to fix humanity.
Holy cow!
Holy cow!
Don't they teach you about communism in the U.S. or
what did I say? What did I say? Do you disagree with?
The spiritual
yeah, that's my view.
Aspect, where did you even get
that's my
from?
view.
Yeah, but it's incorrect.
How did you determine it's incorrect? How did you determine it's incorrect?
Because it doesn't have. This is just like a Christian cope about.
How did you? No. How did you determine? Calling it a cope, Max, isn't an argument.
Same bag, and also
can you tell me how it's determined to be wrong? No, you can't.
Also now you're shoehorning.
Can you tell me why it's wrong?
Spiritual aspect, like.
Can you tell me how it's wrong?
Where the hell in the Communist Manifesto does it see that? Does it
Can you
say
tell me?
It
made God. It made a God of the leaders, and it made a God of the system.
Where does it say that in the Communist Manifesto?
It doesn't have to say it for me to look at the insight and say that's what's happening.
You are reading into the text.
Wait. Let me ask you, Max. Have you ever what Max?
The same way that you interpret the Bible. Now you're interpreting the Communist
I don't interpret the Bible, by the way.
Max,
can I ask you a question? Max, what's your favorite movie?
Fifth Element.
Okay, where in Fifth Element did it tell you explicitly why you value and see some sort of truths in the Fifth Element?
That's not why it's my favorite movie. Yeah.
Is there any truths about the Fifth Element? Are there any truths in the Fifth Element that you like that represent something true to you, situationally?
What is this argument?
What is this argument? The argument, Max, is that the truth of something doesn't have to be embedded explicitly.
This thing that you're mocking me for, it means that I'm smart enough that I carry inside my head 2 full languages. You fucking piece of trash.
Wow, Max.
This one coming in from.
Significa que hablo 2 idiomas, bobito.
Wow, Max.
You got that?
Sounded sensual in nature. The blind guy says Max says he respects. Was it not sensual? Okay. Max says he respects. Okay. Max says he respects bodily autonomy, then says the French Revolution and its atrocities were required. Got it.
Oh my stars! It's like there are nuances to a position. We generally frown upon killing other people, but if someone is threatening you, self-defense is okay. It's almost like there's not a one-size-fits-all when it comes to morality and ethics, that the world is a little bit more complicated than it is meant to be.
As long as you're having a bad time, guys.
Oh.
I like your energy, both of you guys. Let me just check for any last questions. Our guests are linked in the description box. My dear friends, check out our guest links. We appreciate them. You must appreciate them in some way, shape, or form. Maybe you appreciate at least one of them. And even if you don't appreciate them, let's say you're like, oh, to hell with the other guy. You could always, there is like fruit in going to check out their channel, even if you disagree with them, because you're getting it straight from the horse's mouth. You're not hearing like someone from your own side summarize what they say. So there is actually fruit in understanding the other side by hearing it from the other side. This last question, I think this is the last. Jooms says, is the partnership between you two, Jim, Max, or Max, Jim?
What?
Max Jim sounds a little bit better, right? If we were to partner up against the Gematria dudes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it would probably be maxed. It would probably be Jim Bob maxed, like ED at the end.
Wow.
That could work also, but Max Jim also works.
Even Lord says, oh, that's right. They did ask this question. I hate this question. This comes in every debate. They said, could the debaters steelman each other?
Okay.
Sure. Go ahead.
So Jim's position is that under secular humanism, you can't have grounding for morality, and it reduces everything to preference. But that, I'm sorry, I was going to give the rebuttal to it, but I think that's a fair summary of the broad strokes of the position.
All right, Jim Bob.
Max's position as a secular humanist is that that he thinks societies should be run on whatever empirically demonstrates the improving of lives and the maximization of well-being and the avoiding of suffering, essentially.
Yeah, fair enough.
You got it. And folks, as I mentioned, our guests are linked in the description box. They're also linked even in the title. You can click on their hyperlinks, as I just hyperlinked their names in the title. Check out their channels. We do appreciate these guys. It's a lot of fun. I know sometimes it seems like heated and it seems like, oh, it's like, but it's a good time. Like, so it's a fun one. Thank you guys for being here tonight.
Thank you. It was fun.
We are going to wrap up, folks. I'll be back in just a moment with a post-credit scene letting you know about juicy updates, including DebateCon 6 this fall, so stick around.
Well, and there it was, folks. You guys hear me now? WJB, I think so. I think so. That was good. That was a fun debate. Is it pretty much how I thought it would go? I over-prepared, to say the least. I definitely over-prepared. Thank you, everybody who came out. We could do a little hangout now, considering it's 8:40. We can do a hangout. If you want, we can do you guys can show up in the Discord if you want and give your feedback if you'd like to do that. The argument, shout out to Shanye and everybody in the Discord earlier today in the prep for helping me formulate that. I think that was, I still think it can be reduced a little bit more, cut the fat a little bit, but boy, was it effective. It really was effective. So I appreciate that. You like that? You like that bloodbath, don't you? So I'll be over at Discord right now in the atheism lot. If you guys want to jump over there, give me your, even if you disagree with me and you're over from Modern Day Debate, you can jump on as well. Otherwise, yeah, let's do super chats. Okay, let's do this. Alrighty, let's. You like them? You like it? All right, let me open this. Read all your chats for you guys. Thank you so much for the donations. I know it's not as fun super chatting during something like that because I can't read them in real time. But I will read. Spiro Floropoulos, thank you so much, Spiro. Since he likes the Fifth Element so much, ask him if he has a multi-pass to the in the States because I see ice. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, how do you open this more? Ice. What the hell? Why does it not just write the full thing? You're talking about ICE, the immigration stuff. Spiro also sends $7. Ask Max how he would feel if he didn't have burritos and nachos this morning. That's funny. Aisha's Goat, thank you for the sub. $7 again from Spiro Floropoulos. This guy's Nacisato Burrito from Mexican Undocumented Chef, which has no moral burrito to argue against it. $50 big super chat from 42 Attack. Thank you so much for that. Thanks for, let me see, where are you? Thanks for all the good times. Whoa, keeps coming in. Thanks for all the good times you bring for all of us. Sending this before Dr. James Kunth reads my question live. Thank you so much for that. Very generous of you. Based Beard celebrates 28 months of a membership. This debate should be a case study. College classes should definitely, yeah, absolutely, was a case study. A huge $50 super chat from Vagine with no name on it, whoever that was. Much love to you. Thank you so much for that. I think I earned that tonight. I kept my cool, by the way. Are you guys proud of me? Good, Jim Bob. Good. $5 super chat from Mud. I just spent the last 3 hours driving 11,000 pounds skid steer back and forth across the frozen lake. If the ice had failed, I would have went through. Why can't this open fully? That's really stupid. Come on, Stream Elements. What the heck, dude? Anyway, the new chats I'll be able to read fully. Sorry about that, Mud. Sorry, buddy. $10 from Personally Feel Like. Says, I just got here, but upon learning that you'd listened to this voice for 102 minutes already, I had to compensate you. Had to do it. I had to, because he wanted some. That's what all of these new atheists, the Peterson, they want a piece of the sort of like online, specifically the orthosphere, I would say, but any of us. Another $10 from Vagine. Thank you, Vagine. Got that wild look in your eye, Vagine. $9.99 from Richie Torres, MMA. Thank you. Question for the lady: Why aren't we care about the future generations when the secular humanist world that you can change? Damn it! It's just annoying that it doesn't show the whole thing. Maybe it. No. Come on, man. You open this. Hide replay activity. Is that something? I don't even know. Sorry about that. Mr. Boohoo subs. Justin Henley, $2. I will wear a latch shirt if you make it. Yeah. I'm going to make a latch shirt. Austin Titilio says latch also for $10. Thank you, Austin Titilio. Also, shout out to Austin yesterday. He gave a huge donation, but didn't put his name on it. I found out it was you. Thank you, Austin, my Italian friend, my Italian brother, my brother in pizza. $9.99 from Austin Graham. WJB, thank you so much for that. $5 from John Jackson. Epitome of raised by a single mom behavior. Oh, definitely. I would put money on that. I would put all the super chats on the table to say single motherhood. $2 super chat from Justin Henley. Ugh, nuance. That's deep. I'm 14. Kazi Lee, thank you for that. Sub, Kazi. Tenublet, $2, says, during one of his spurgs, JB should have shouted latch, yeah. $10 from Brad, thank you. He tried to have a conversation, not a debate. That's true. Super chat from Justin Henley. Jim Bob, you're the new syllogism, don't you? You like that new syllogism? Yeah, it worked like a charm. Shout out to everyone who helped me. There's about 15 of you in the Discord. Thank you so much for that. Justin Henley, again, to Nublet, $2. Jim Bob should use Craig's move. Shh, good boy. I basically had to at some point. $5 from John Jackson. Again, secularists can't even win the utilitarian argument for their worldview. They reproduce well below replacement. Yeah, there's a lot of other things that I didn't even go into. I could have. That's like the go-to route, which most of them are not prepared for, but they're ready to respond. And a lot of us use the util against them. But this was something I was thinking of and brewing on, is that argument about a society being a society. It needs order, and order assumes not only the force, which we didn't get to. We got to a little bit. I got him to face the facts that he thinks, these secularists think that they are okay with anybody's belief as long as you don't enforce it on people. Well, that's just not true. And the Christian isn't actually holding that view that that's the case, that we do that. We admit that we want our laws informed by our ethical system. That is the use of force. Just bite the bullet. $5 from Marcus Antonio. I'm here to defend secularism by rejecting any questions against it. That's what happened. Super chat, Justin Henley. Tattoos. Yeah, the tattoo thing was funny. Marcus, again, for $5. Marcus Antonio, thank you so much. Secularists will give you a glass of water. Christians will show you where the well is. Correct. Subscription, Ways of the Jedi, thank you so much. $5 from Justin Henley. Max, if a secular society doesn't need to procreate, but it can incentivize procreation, should non-procreators support procreation? Yeah. Should they help incentivize it? More, duties and obligations. Christianity beats all of the views with their moral duties and obligations. $5 super chat, John Jackson. Max has given me a newfound respect for Craig. That's really funny. $4.99 from Dr. Ged. Jim Bob's going to beat Max so hard, he's going to start talking normal. That would be funny if his voice changed at the end. $5 from Turpentine Cat. Please ask Max to reprise the song Tired from Blazing Saddles. He would do a great Madeline Kahn. That's actually really funny. That's a really funny throwback. Shout out to Madeline Kahn. $5 super chat. Nicholasville, don't drink secular soy, kids. Subscription for Mr. Moto Shark. Thank you so much. Another $2 from Justin. Very generous, Justin. Debates. $10 gifted. Marcus Antonio gave 10 gifted membership. Thank you so much. $5 super chat from Tenublet. What if a certain tribe in Papua New Guinea got together and agreed to do certain things? That's right. That didn't come up, but it should have. Another from Marcus Antonio, $2. Vatty Sneaky, Jim Bob. Vatty Sneaky. $4 from Retro Ricer Graming. Jim Bob, I can't get anything done if you keep putting these debates on. God bless. Thank you so much. 5 gifted memberships from David James Flood. $5 super chat from Big Time. Why does he sound like Gollum? He has escaped Mordor. Super chat from Tenublet. Jim Bob, philosophically, grape this guy. Did. $5 super chat from Justin again. Thank you, Justin Henley. Max, is the scientific evidence show DEI was not good for society. Should we remove it or should we keep it? That kind of came up. I didn't get to ask that exactly, Justin, but I did ask if there's two societies and one, the homeless person knows the society is morally obligated to help them, and one, there's no moral obligation. And that was the only thing on the sign into the town. Which should they choose? He still went for the secular. Unbelievable. Subscription from Dominicano. Thank you so much. And I think that's all caught up, at least on that back end. And let's look at if there's anything else that came in since. Thank you so much, by the way. Where we got here. Okay. Dr. Kunth almost bungled 42 attack for $20. Dr. Kunth almost bungled my queue. Yeah, you almost bungled your queue. I've only sent them one super chat before and it went the same. I'm old. Someone let me in on this. Is that their shtick at mod, goofy misreads on purpose, engagement, or are they morons? I don't know. Honestly, I can't talk too much 42 attack because I do mess up super chats. I try to read them while they're scrolling, and that's a mistake. So I do understand flubbing them, but at that point, a moderator, they should be reading. They should be doing that just quite fine. So maybe you just got to yell at them. Tenoblet says, Max, does secular humanism have duties? No, but they are things you should do. Right, dude. That was amazing. Without lies, see, I did it again. Without lies, Islam dies $5. Another amazing dismantling of the atheist paradigm. Thank you. Dude, clip the hell out of it. Without lies, Islam dies. Please make something. Short clips, long clips, 5-second clips, 5-minute clips, 3-minute clips. You do it. Spiro Floropoulos gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Spiro. Appreciate that. And what else we got here? Great arguments. Aisha's goat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And I think we're caught up. All right. Now, is there anyone who's been patiently silent in the Discord want to talk about anything? You guys are actually on right now, so why don't you test your mics by saying hello and make sure the people can hear you. Anybody? Hold on, let me see. I can't hear you. Anybody? There we go. I have to turn this on. Here we go. Sorry about that.
Are you going to give like a Mike Tyson style face tattoo?
You guys are on. You guys are on. What's going on in Discord, people? I had to read all the chats. Any feedback? Give me your headlines. Give me your Yelp reviews.
I just want to say that my son's about to be the coolest kid at homeschool with all his new face tats. That was great.
That's it. Oh man. Yeah, he was in trouble. He was in trouble from the start. I think he knew too.
To apologize to you, your audience, and whoever was in the Discord earlier, because I could not predict his answers were going to be that bad.
Well, we over prepare here. You know, it's like there's going to be a snowstorm, and you study until 2 a.m. kind of thing. Dan199, you keep sneaking in that pesky logic, don't you? Yeah, I do. I keep sneaking in the pesky logic. Realizer Network 499. All I heard is Max say the whole time, ack. Don't you think he gets royalties for doing the voice acting in the Mars Attacks movie? That's funny. He could be a voice actor. I'll give him that. Anything else you saw that was just brutal and I don't even know. I don't even know what to say after that, honestly.
You almost made me choke on that castration comeback.
Right.
That was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't expect that. That was funny.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to go that direction, being how quickly you can push back another entailment of that view. And then suddenly it's like, wait, whoa. The worst part, honestly, the whole debate is what was the phrase? I'm going to start a meme. Things weren't going well. Wait, what is it? Having a tough time. That was it, right? So the French Revolution, more deaths by a lot in the first month than the entirety of the Inquisition. But because they were having a rough time. I mean, that is a meme of memes, if I've heard one. To Freak $2 for Jim Bob's goal, and shout out to the Freak believers. Thank you so much. We have 14 minutes, 6 more super chats to meet the goal for tonight. Anything else from you guys in Discord?
Do you think James lets him debate this kind of topic again?
No, I think James is in this moment, like a good transition, I'll say, where he's trying to reformat, I think, his channel to get higher level debaters and higher level topics. He's moving away from the flat stuff, which is good. And I think he's just testing some people who want to debate and see. Right. He does get frustrated with that. He's definitely seeing that even though Christians like myself, maybe Andrew, some other people are aggressive, and some people might think we're being mean, what he does notice is that we're able to kind of flow through the debate without losing it too much, without doing the screaming and overtalk. There's a time for it, but that guy was avoiding every question. I mean, every single question.
I reject
the question. I reject the hypothetical that tests my logical consistency. I'm going to use that from now on.
He did have a kind of unique position on the whole secular humanist thing, where he well, yes, but he particularly even admitted that, like, deviation from secular humanism, which of course is just his preference, is deviation from the entire category. So he basically said, I wish I could find the timestamp, if you disagreed with him, that would not be secularism.
Right. He did.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah,
at the
yeah,
same time,
transgenders,
at the same time, he
40%
admitted early
secular.
on that Pine Creek Dug hypothesis, or hypothetical, I should say, he would still be a secularist. And be like, would he still be secularist even if he adopted the Christian paradigm? He said yes at first, and then later on he started backpedaling and going, well, no, that wouldn't be, that's moving against rights. I said, isn't it logically possible for the organization that crafted the Secular Humanist Manifesto to come to the realization that for some unknown period of time, it could be short, could be long, that the best thing is to restrict rights? And the answer is yes, of course. So it's pretty much the
Yeah,
answer.
I think this may be the worst prompt for atheists ever.
It is. It really is the worst. The Christian has so much room. If they get into the normative stuff, you can defend it. If you stay in, the metaphysics and the whole worldview, if we get more precise with what we're defending, you can defend it. But if you stay within their utility paradigm, you still win. Either way, that hypothetical where you introduce Pine Creek Doug as the outlier secularist who adopts the Christian paradigm, but denies the belief in God and everything, all this, the sacraments and things like this, the practice itself, other than just the duties and some of the duties and responsibilities, and he loves the outcome, there's no secular humanist who could argue against it because it's still within their paradigm. So, I mean, I don't think he was expecting that, and he should have expected it because Max was around when Andrew debated Matt Dillahunty. I literally used the same thing. I just did a different premised format where I just wrote out what's necessary for a society definitionally. It's the same argument. It's just that it points out what's missing from their view, and then I add the hypothetical with the secularist adopting a Christian ethical system. It's a double wham. It's a 1-2 punch out cold. You like that preference, don't you? Yeah. Aisha's goat.
You are hijacking Andrew's argument. You hijacked Andrew's argument for that one.
That's right. I took it. You're a what of cells? Yeah, you're a clump of cells, Aisha's goat. Yep. The clump of cell thing was funny. The abortion didn't go well for him either, and I'm not even an abortion debater. That didn't go well either.
You think it's good rhetoric when someone brings up like the Canaanites and stuff?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can say that word on here, but to refer back to abortion.
Are you asking me if I point to
yeah,
those
like
things?
is that good rhetoric?
Like
if somebody's like, God killed little babies in the flood.
Oh, right.
Like,
Yeah, well,
what's
no,
wrong with
it's
that?
good. It's definitely good for the audience. It's from their view, they're going to try to make this distinction and be like, they're not beings. That's why that's a good rhetorical thing that'll draw them into forcing them to make a distinction, which Max failed horribly. He was like, it's 11 weeks, it's 12 weeks, it's 14 weeks, it's this week, it's that week. So I asked him straight out, when did your life begin? When did your journey begin as a life? He said conception. I go, oh, well, okay. So you just arbitrarily define value based on what weeks? 12 weeks? This week? Why isn't it, where are you getting this from? You're just basically assigning an arbitrary point in development. I asked him, what's the distinction? He says developmental. Yeah, what's the distinction? What's the distinction? Developmental. No, that's what's happening.
You got to green screen that one out.
Yeah, oh, totally. Developmental. Yeah, totally. Just have that puppet. Developmental. Jim Bob out here smacking atheists out of folk. Yeah, I smacking the atheists out of. Thank you, Jess Gerald. Appreciate that.
Wi-Fi, if you do want to try that line of argumentation, you might have to give them the pregnant woman question, which is essentially if somebody unalives a pregnant woman, is that a double homicide?
Right.
And if they agree that it is, because of whatever reason she intended to have the baby, then you have to accept that it is a baby.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. You have to.
I like.
Yeah, that's a good one. You'd be like, can we ask the husband if she was planning on having the baby? We don't know what to charge. We don't know what to charge this person.
I like asking too, like, if she can just drink herself to death, if she can drink or do drugs while she's pregnant.
Point. Yeah, that's a good point too. Rogue Renaissance 499, Lent Bob wins. With my first participation in Lent, I'm entering into a new chapter of my life. So I have a new username. The Latinx got nuked. Thank you so much, Rogue Renaissance, and God bless you during when you're smelling steaks and things next to you. Trayvon Jackson gifted 1 membership. Thank you. No way as way. 1998. $1.99. Soup kitchen equals bad. French Revolution good. That's actually funny. That's funny. Pretty much. Having a rough time. John Jackson, $10. I missed the opening of the debate. Would you mind giving the syllogism you used again? Yes. Against Timu Speedy Gonzalez? Yes, of course. The syllogism is this. Shout out to everybody in Discord and Sean Ye. Premise 1, society depends on order to maintain itself, function effectively, and flourish. Premise 2, a sustained ordered society requires a set of duties and obligations. Premise 3, secularism lacks an authoritative set of duties and moral obligations. Premise 4, a better society requires that foundation for sustained order. I'm not sure we can change that one a little, make it clearer. Conclusion, secularism can neither achieve nor recognize a better society. Essentially, if this gets whittled down, trimmed fat, cleaner language, more explicit, like you understand from a normie perspective what's being said, this is the beginning of something I think is pretty brutal, pretty fatal. Is that notice how bad he did just accepting premise 1. He already knew, right? I asked him, is premise 1 true? Is society depend on order to maintain itself? I don't agree. What? Literally the definition of society assumes the order. So that was wild. To Nublet, $5. Whenever an atheist brings up unaliving in the Bible, I would use Frank Turek's argument that God merely moved souls from one location to another. That's pretty funny. That's good rhetoric. Or you can say to Nublet in the future, God was having a really hard time. Of course, that works for Max there. He's having a tough time. So I wish we had some opposition come over, but after that performance, I don't know how they can defend Max after that one. Yeah. Thank you for reaching the goal. Thank you. Celebrations. Chat. Appreciate you. I wish I had a W in the chat song. Anything else? John, you just got here. Did you hear that disaster of a defensive?
I tuned in for about 5 minutes and I had enough of his voice.
That's right.
And I tuned out.
That's right, John. That's right.
I have a little hypothetical if you wouldn't mind entertaining. And I'm not opposition. I just find it to be interesting.
Okay.
So let's just say, society's having a rough time at it, right? And we've decided that men are the more violent gender or whatever. Mm-hmm. What would the secular humanists say against doing a lottery, getting rid of 75% of all men, and promoting men can breed freely? What would the secular humanists say against that, considering it would reduce harm?
I guess it depends on the secular. The one we just debated draws an arbitrary line, and he just arbitrarily measures the short-term gain against the long-term, or the short-term loss against the long-term gain. But there's no ultimate standard. So I would guess that they wouldn't have an answer to that. They would have to go, well, I have to really weigh out what the advantage is in the future to determine whether this is worth it in the here now. And I think they just wouldn't know, honestly. I don't know if they would know.
That's kind of the point, because it's pretty obvious to me, like, it would be a pretty horrendous thing, but it'd be kind of funny to demonstrate that they really have no idea what's going on.
They don't. They have no idea. They don't know where to draw any lines. It's left open to just like a joint venture where they all get together and decide. And if that's the case, I mean, early on, Max stepped in shit because I said, didn't Stalin just, if it was the case that he just organized people and they all got enough agreement about something and they did it, isn't that your standard? And he was like, no, that's different. Well, no, it's not. It's not different. It's not different at all. It's literally what happens historically when people get together and they agree on certain terms, and then they determine they're having a really rough time. The bagel thing was killer too. I couldn't believe. I'm so glad that question got smuggled in and we were able to actually navigate it and use it against Max, his position, because that was whoever asked that. If you're in my chat, that was great. He was able to ask that question using Hanukkah Harry. Shout out to, was Hanukkah Harry John Lovitz? Yeah, shout out to Hanukkah Harry, John Lovitz character from SNL. He didn't know what to do with it. You know, if the blonde-haired Blue Eyes were having a really rough time and they felt like, you know, it was an existential threat to their culture, you just grant them a bunch of things. The secularist, in this case Max, couldn't tell me the distinction between that scenario and the French revolutionaries. I didn't even need to talk at that point. That was wild. That was just wild. So, yeah. Anything else you guys heard? Anything horrific? Why can't I say to Max that the Nephilim were causing a hard time and that was a God needed to flood the earth? Yeah, since you're a hypocrite, absolutely. You can say a Nephilim. You say, anybody who's having a hard time, if it's a hard enough time, I mean, just go for it, bro. Just deal with it.
See, I pinged you with my thoughts in the general chat.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
In the general? Or the VC general?
Yeah, the general chat.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he definitely needs a better picture. Poor guy. I mean, they don't have the best picture of me either, but that's really funny, dude.
This might be one of the quintessential arguments against atheism now that I think about it, because it completely avoids them wasting time going after the Bible or anything like that, because we're rejecting that it even is a factor.
Yeah, that's why he tried to swoop away. He even tried to make it seem like I was attacking like a general moral position. I actually didn't go that route at all. I didn't go, you can't justify morality. Yes, it's in the conversation a little bit, but I didn't do that presup the way you'd normally expect it. Like, I didn't go the route he thought I was going to go. He wanted me to go that route so he can then go, this is what they do, but I didn't do that. I actually was like, no, you know what? I'm going to insert a secularist named Doug. Nice boomer, Pine Creek, the Pine Creek hypothetical. Insert Doug into any secular society, and he starts advocating for Christian ethics, and they go, you actually believe someone was in a well for 3 days? And he's like, no, I just like the Christian ethical system and what it produces. How are you going to argue against me? It's just nothing, just silence. Yeah,
you know what's interesting is whenever even Jeff did the attacking of the scriptures, but if you hold the position where the scriptures aren't the sole source of authority, like, where do they have left to go?
Right. Yeah, that's it. It does push into that. I mean, the same way we argue, essentially the entire argument is some type of normative authority that's in place that puts duties, it puts duties and obligations first above preferences, and it also puts authority and tradition above your own personal takes, essentially. That's not to say your own takes can't be right. They can be. It's just that those two things seem to be interlinked because you're basically doing the same argument against the secularists and saying, is the normative authority for secular humanism that page that I had up? Is that it? Like, is that the page? Like, what is it? Humanist Manifesto, AmericanHumanist.org. You know what's funny? I've made this meme before. They say things like, you need a 2,000-year-old book, and they have a what? They have like a 50-year-old pamphlet, 1933. They have a 100-year pamphlet. They're ragging on us for having a 2,000-year-old compilation of books and practices and traditions that are packed full of moral stories, prescriptions, descriptions of what the nature of being human is, its cycles, its moral decay, its peaks, its lows, and they have a 1933 pamphlet by Raymond Bragg, with 15 principles that, by their own admission, could change next week if everyone got together and said it was so. So it's just wild.
I mean, couldn't you make the same case for all of secular society and even the sciences that are now secular, where
Right.
everything that we hold to today could, like 100 years from now, would be considered like, oh, we're the Neanderthals.
That's right. You know what's tempting? Not that you guys can handle his voice. I'll give it a time limit. You know what? But I am kind of interested to see his little cope stream, just to see what he says. But I don't know how much I can put your guys' poor ears to that sound. Jewish Skeptic says $15. You are coping. You got smashed by Max. His, quote, holy cow argument was mind-blowing, deep, and erudite. Common theist L. Yeah, that's funny. Holy cow. Yeah, man. I almost felt bad. He wasn't prepared for that. There's definitely ways of preparing against these arguments, against me in particular. I have weaknesses. I'm not going to tell everyone what they are, but they're there.
What is that notion for the $15? Is that like a bagel?
What is that
For Jewish
bagel?
skeptics?
Yeah, what is? Oh, you know what that is? That is the. Wait, that is. I think that's the. Isn't that the sign for that one platform that they created? That kind of that social platform. Jewish Skeptic, you don't have to send another chat to say this, but can you tell us what the money mark is? Is that bagel money?
It's bagel.
It's bagel money. Nathan Kurtz, $5. The self-evident part of the Declaration of Independence has been thoughtlessly accepted. By the way, too many people. Yeah, it's very similar, Nathan. The descriptive.
It is shekels.
Yeah, it's a shekel. It's an actual shekel. The same as the Humanist Manifesto. It's kind of this like, it's self-evident. These are things that we assume are good, even though we can totally change them, given that people have a rough time. Everything in the Human Manifesto that you think you can derive some sort of ought from can be changed as long as you're having a rough time. I'm having a rough time stream deck thing. That's what I need to do next. I'm having a really rough time.
Somebody in the chat made 7 points. I don't know what it is. But they asked, Mello asked me to read it out because he can't talk. If you could respond to it.
Sure.
Number 1, are morals objective? Number 2, are there objective moral duties? 3, is it immoral not to do an objective moral duty? Number 4, does God do the objective moral duties?
I would say
Number
yes.
5.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. There's a lot of them. There's
really?
7 of them.
Wait, this is from
Yeah.
there's 7.
opposition?
Well, I mean, it's something that I don't quite grasp this. This doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get some sense out of it.
Sure, read the last one.
Well.
Or no, John, isn't there one more? Isn't there one
Oh,
more?
he's the one that wrote them.
Oh, yeah. It sounded like, well, what was the last one? I interrupted the last one. You said, can God do these things? And then go ahead. Yeah, keep going.
Well, I would prefer if we just like go through them and have them answered right away, because a lot of these are just yes or no questions. So
sure, what's the first one?
Should be quick. Are morals objective?
Morality is objective, yes.
Okay. Are there objective moral duties?
Yes.
Is it immoral not to do an objective moral duty?
Yes.
Does God do the objective moral duties?
No.
Okay. Is it an objective moral duty to save a drowning person if you're of sound mind and can do it with no risk to yourself?
To save a life? Yeah.
Would it be objectively immoral to punish someone for a crime they did not commit?
I think it might be unjust, but if you didn't know, it changes a little bit. So like if you knew someone didn't do something and you punished them, but that hypothetical, it kind of assumes the intent and the knowledge and the act against someone with the knowledge would make that wicked. Whereas if you just weren't sure, I wouldn't know if it was immoral, given that there could be a naive element to that.
Yeah, I mean, if the judge makes a mistake or the whole justice system makes a mistake and they thought the guy was guilty but accidentally punished him and he wasn't, I would agree that doesn't matter. If they got the intent to do it, though, that's not good.
Right, yeah, that knowledge, yeah.
And number 7, would you consider a parent who put their kids in a room with a poisoned fruit and told the kids not to eat it, but then also put the best con artist in the room with the children, knowing the con artist will get the kids to eat the fruit, and the parent does nothing to stop it, an objectively moral parent?
A parent? No, because we have the knowledge of God, and this is a temporal scenario where we already have knowledge of sin post-fall. So no, that would be immoral. So if you had the knowledge and you put your kid in a scenario that put them in danger, you're not protecting your children with that knowledge. If you're trying to equate that to the fall, I would say it's a misrepresentation of the fall.
Yeah, it is a misrepresentation theologically of the fall too, as that's not even how that would be more like a straw man of what actually happened theologically speaking, from the normative authority of how we understand the fall.
No, I will openly admit that this is not a good analogy for the fall, but it kind of looks like it might be, and it often gets avoided because of that. But that didn't happen. Jim Bob said no. That was great. Now the follow-up question.
I could see, though, just to add in, I can see someone with maybe not a well fleshed out distinction could confuse that. I think the temporality of it is important because you're talking about a post-fall. That's one distinction you need to correct if anyone in the chat heard this and someone runs this on you. You have two distinctions. One, John said it's a mischaracterization of the fall itself if it's used as an analogy, but further, it's asking about a moral evaluation of a post-fall scenario. So you're already in a different paradigm than the fall anyway. So that's another reason why it would be a categorically different question. But go on.
Plus, the fruit itself, I just want to make a correction, wasn't poison. The fruit was from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It was something which they would have been allowed to eat at a later date when they were ready.
Yeah, well, it's like I said, that it's not analogous. That question is just a test to see if the person is going to go into denial and avoid the question. Because I think we've seen tonight by that debate, avoiding questions does not make you look good, does it?
Well, I just wanted to clarify if you wanted to make it more analogous towards Adam and Eve and the fruit.
I don't, though. Okay. I don't even have a follow-up question for that one. That one's just a test.
Okay.
But, okay, now you said for number 3, it's immoral not to do an objective moral duty. And you said for number 4, God does not do the objective moral duties. Is he immoral then?
No, God is the standard ontologically. So God isn't a set of prescriptives made into a immaterial being. God himself ontologically is the good one-to-one. His prescriptives are for humans, for created beings to follow. The standard, however, is him. And so God doesn't do human prescriptive tasks saying like, well, I'm morality, so I'm going to go and do the thing. So here I am, God the Father is making babies, and running a household and fulfilling his duties and obligations to his nation and family and community and all these things. So again, it would be a similar thing, a similar category error to say God is the moral foundation ontologically for good, and his prescriptives are for his created beings, his creatures, and that's for humans. God not fulfilling the same duties as his creatures is not some sort of contradiction on God. It's just a distinction between the moral standard of being and the prescriptives for his children are different. John, do you want to add to that one? Any additional
No, I have nothing to add to that. It's pretty good to clarify. The only thing that I would have said was basically the same thing as it's as if you're putting morals prior to God, rather than God being the foundation of them.
Yeah, it's like a platonic. It's the same with the laws of thought. Like they do this too, where it's like, well, so God transcends our notion of identities, one in many things or whatever, as if there's a platonic laws of logic out there that God is subject to because he has to be logical. But that would make logic the God. And similarly, in this hypothetical or this question, it's making the list of prescriptions the God, and then God's following the list of prescriptions like humans do. Like, why isn't Daddy doing it then? That would mean that the notebook, the ethereal golden notebook of prescriptives, were actually the God, the same way the laws of logic would be the new God that he's subject to. That God is subject to his prescriptions? No, not at all. We can't take life the same way God could take life. So, entirely different ontological statuses, human beings created, God uncreated.
I have a quick thought. If the reason that I have a duty to feed the poor is because everything I have, God gave it to me. But the same duty may not apply to God because nobody gave God anything.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. It's another good distinction. God doesn't need anything. There's nothing he needs to follow. There's no measuring stick for God. He's the measuring stick of all. Like he doesn't measure himself against himself. That would be like a weird, it'd be like the twins. It'd be like a twin God, But
yeah. And another quick thing was just listening to the premises. Some of them it kind of came up with our discussion with Jeff about how I mentioned that police have different authority. There are different levels of duties and stuff.
Right. That's a good analogy. That's a good analogy. And that was actually really brutal. I forgot about that. He didn't know where to go with that. He was like, yeah.
But to me, it just doesn't seem objective if it's only applying to some.
What do you mean, some? It applies to all human creatures.
Well, does it apply to aliens?
Aliens? Yeah. Well, I mean, what aliens? I mean,
well, if we had an alien species that was sentient, had intelligence like us, and
that would just be saying if aliens existed and they also held the status of made in God's image, would they be bound? Sure, but Revelation doesn't hold that there's any other creatures who are made in God's image. So that would ask us to contradict our view, posit a hypothetical that moves us off of our view, which is no longer internal to our view. That's like asking a vegan, if the carrots could talk, would you still eat the carrots then? And it's like asking, if reality wasn't reality and your worldview wasn't your worldview, would you still follow it? And it's like, now you're external.
Well, no, I mean, by the definition of the word objective, math is objective, right? 2 + 2 = 4.
Yeah, but you understand.
No,
but I don't think you heard me. If the aliens weren't made in God's image, then they wouldn't be bound by the same prescriptions.
Then it doesn't sound objective.
What do you mean? It's objectively for created humans, the human who hold God's image. It doesn't apply to lions, right? Are lions creatures?
Yeah.
So if aliens were in the same category as lions, even if they were smart lions, if they weren't made in God's image, and we didn't know this from Revelation and everything that we know about Christianity throughout the practice, the church, and everything else, then no, that's not an inconsistency with it being objective. You're just merely smuggling in a new creature that you think, because of their intelligence, should the moral law should apply to, simply because they're kind of smart. Well, no, that doesn't follow at all. It's still objective. It's just who the subject is. You're just changing who the subject is right now. But it's not the same ontological status. For that to be true, for that to be a good critique, you're going to have to posit there were aliens that are also not humans, and they're also made in God's image, which would change the entire paradigm of Christianity. That would mean Adam now is the first, but also not the only creature made in God's image. There's another hidden creature that's hidden tucked away in the decoded revelation, where it's like some alien, and he also shares the human nature and the metaphysical standard of made in God's image. So that would only work if you can demonstrate there's an alien made in God's image.
Well, your analogy about math doesn't work either, because in regular arithmetic, it is objectively true that 2 + 2 = 4. But in something like modular arithmetic, 2 + 2 can equal 1. I don't totally understand what modular arithmetic is, but
yeah, I would just say that's wrong.
What do you mean? It's a modular arithmetic with different axioms. Yes, in regular algebra. Well, no, sorry, 2 + 2 = 4 in regular algebra. But like, there's something called modular arithmetic, and then if you apply modulo 3 to it, then 2 + 2 = 1.
Yeah, you'd have to show me that, because that just makes no sense to me.
Well, math is a concept.
But the point about the math thing is, like, 2 + 2 = 4.
That's descriptive.
Not just for humans.
That's descriptive, dude.
For
not
everybody.
That's descriptive, not prescriptive. Do you understand there's a difference between descriptive and prescriptive? Yes?
I don't know how that makes a difference on that.
It makes a difference because math being descriptively true for aliens and humans, they're not making an ought claim with math. An ought claim in this specific instance, we're talking about God, the triune God's revelation for human beings, the creatures who are unique and possess and hold the image bearer status, the only creature in creation that holds the image bearer status. And because we're the only creatures who hold the image bearer status, descriptive claims about what a tree is. Oh, the tree is the same for the alien that I'm, the hypothetical alien. Oh, so it's objectively a tree. Well, that's descriptive. We're talking about prescriptives. That is to say, there's ought claims made for peculiar creatures in the Christian paradigm called human beings. And that would change, by the way, the model of even of Christ's assumption of humanity. And how could we hold aliens to the same moral prescriptive as humans if Christ's assuming the universal of humanity such that his death and resurrection provides an account and a pathway for humanity's healing? How could an alien heal if he doesn't have the same sin? And from that paradigm, you'd have to actually posit another narrative we don't know about where Christ actually comes and assumes the nature of this new alien race, such that healing in sin is possible. And it's possible because why? Well, it's possible because of Christ. So, the whole paradigm, your hypothetical not only conflates descriptive and prescriptive, but it requires the Christian who you're trying to, in this case, internally critique. You're just doing an external critique that changes everything about our paradigm and pretending that that's producing an inconsistency. It's just not. There's nothing.
In short,
yeah.
There is no alien Jesus.
There's no alien Jesus.
FB
for 499 says, so why would asking why God doesn't follow his own prescriptions be like a 5-year-old asking his dad why he gets to stay up past his bedtime? Yeah, my daughter always asks that. Well, why do you get to play? Why do you get to suck at FIFA at 11:30 at night? Well, because
nobody said that's objective.
What's that?
Because nobody said that's objective.
What do you mean? It's not objective that the father is the authority of the daughter?
The daughter's bedtime applies to
Is
her.
the father
It doesn't apply
objectively
to everybody?
Is the father objectively the authority of the daughter?
Sure.
Okay, that's objective.
No, if it's objective, it would mean it applies to everybody.
What? No, if it's true that the father is the superior to the daughter, and that applies to everybody, in instances where they're not following that, they're just reversing the authority structure, and we would call that an inversion. Are inversions possible under your view?
Are inversions possible?
Yeah, when you flip something, the truth of the matter. Look, I already told you that if the standard of morality is not identical to the prescriptives, you keep going back to prescriptives and saying, well, if it's objective, it applies to everybody. We're saying the standard itself under Christianity is the being God, not the set of notes taken for across time. By the way, here's an example. Over time, if God was the standard for good and morality, and across time, he gave prescriptives for human beings based on where they were in their growth in humanity. Does it follow that because the prescriptives aren't aligned, equal, the same across humanity, that God himself ontologically changes?
You have to ask that question again.
Okay, if God is the standard for goodness, he is himself the good. And he gives his children, us, humanity, prescriptives across time in their development in humanity. And those prescriptives are different based on the time period. Does it follow that God, being the standard of good, changes, that God himself changes?
No.
Okay, well, there you go. The standard for morality is God. He is ontologically the standard of good. He is the good. He doesn't change. That's objective. Pointing to where prescriptives change or prescriptives from God match the times, such that the best thing that God is prescribing is for the times that he prescribes it, doesn't change that God himself is changing. And so God himself being the standard of good, therefore God doesn't change. The standard for morality doesn't change.
Well, okay, but like, it's an objective moral duty to save a drowning person if you can with no risk to yourself, right? Like you said yes to that.
I mean, from our knowledge, yeah. If God said, if there was a scenario where there was like what's equivalent to the Canaanites or something like this, and there was a flood or something like that, and it was revealed that that these people have to meet their demise, then, if there was some sort of command to not tread the ocean and save these people who would be equivalent to Canaanites, then no.
I mean, it just... Can you at least see why
No.
that doesn't seem right to me?
Seem isn't an argument, man.
Just asking if you could see
No.
from my
I was an
perspective as
atheist for
well as your own.
15 years, and it's a stupid position because if it was a good argument, you wouldn't need to rely on what it seemed to be. That's an appeal to that's an incredulity position, and so
I'm just asking if you could see it from my perspective.
Yeah, I can understand. Most of us have been through the atheist view, and so we understand that your feelings about things and what you think should be right or wrong is inconsistent with the notion of an eternally uncreated God who is the standard ontologically of the good, and what he deems as good might not match your moral intuitions, but your moral intuitions have nothing to do with the objective standard of morality. So,
No, I mean this is just a problem that I see.
well, is it illogical? Is it a logical problem or a problem you have with your moral intuitions and your feelings?
Well, I think it's a logical problem. I think it's
well, if it was a logical problem, you could produce
objective.
Dude, if it's a logical problem, you can present the contradiction.
Well, I think I am.
You're not. If God is, under the Christian view, the standard of good, how is it him prescribing things you don't agree with make it not objective?
If he's the standard of good, shouldn't he be doing the good things?
No, we already corrected you on this. If he is the good, how can he do himself?
What?
What are you talking about, dude? You just said if God is the ontological standard of our being, why isn't his external prescriptions on a notebook the standard of good? That's all you're asking. That's like saying
if things are objective,
if the Father,
I don't see why they only apply to some and not to all.
Look, dude, the police. Run the police argument again. Gospel. Wi-Fi gospel. Go ahead.
I'm on. All right, so if we're on the highway, right, and you speed past me and cut me off, and I get mad, and I flip on yellow lights and get behind you, do I have the authority to pull you over? Would it be wrong?
You are the police. That is a position
No,
of
I'm not.
authority.
No, you're not.
I'm just a regular person.
Oh, you.
But I'm mad, and
You
I
found
want
it
to pull you
wrong.
over and beat you
Yeah.
up. Would it be wrong for me to do that?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. But if a cop pulls you over with the intent to give you a speeding ticket, that wouldn't be wrong, right?
Yeah.
And why?
Because that's his job. It's his authority.
All right. There
All
you
right,
go.
there's a difference in authority. So if a father, if it's morally good for the father to make a rule that his kid has to
Are
go to
laws
school.
subjective?
Hold on. If the father has a rule that his kid has to go to school, right? Does it follow that the father goes to school with the kid and sits in first grade with him?
No, but
Okay, there you go.
You guys aren't talking about. Is it objective that
Yeah.
everybody must go to school?
No, if it were the case, we're using an analogy. If it were the case that it was morally good.
Objective?
Yeah, if it was objectively the case that it was morally good for the second grader to go to school, and then the father said so, does it follow that the father should go to second grade with her?
No, because it's just about the girl.
I think it's maybe better to look
Right?
at this.
But these moral rules, like to save a
Oh
person,
my gosh.
that's not just for these people.
Oh, cool. So
Yes,
if it
it is.
applies
That's
to
for humans.
if it's the category of humans. By the way, the saving the person. If a person is incapable, you're saying they have to be capable, right?
Yeah, that's in the
I,
question.
I think it's better to look at this like a form of sickness. For example, if your parent told you when you were a kid not to eat a whole tub of ice cream before bed because it would make you sick, and you choose to do that anyway and get sick and suffer the consequences, then you just rejected the authority of the parent.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in this case, God gives us these prescriptions because he doesn't want us to be sick spiritually.
Yeah, it's a sickness. It's not a set of legalistic items that you check off, right? And it doesn't. If you're saying it's objectively immoral, well, I already told you that the drowning thing is not necessarily true in all cases. So if there's another example, you still wouldn't apply it equally to people of different of capabilities. So the thing about Christian ethics and duties and obligations is that we're given what we're given, and we're to align our will with God's based, and that's a choice, like John said. And then we deal with the sickness of fighting it. But it's not a set of statements that you follow and you check, like a legalistic framework of theology would be. So it's not like because it's true that the obligations of a father is different than the obligations of an 11-year-old boy. If those are different obligations, it doesn't follow that morality is not objective merely because what you're called to do as a father and what you're called to do as a son are different things at different times.
Even then, keeping it at the realm of sickness, it's like you pointing back and saying, well, why does God get to eat the ice cream? Well, God doesn't get to eat the ice cream. God doesn't get sick. He doesn't want you to get sick.
Yeah, he can't eat the ice cream. If ice cream is sin, he can't do it. He actually can't do it. So
Yeah.
that's why it's a category error to say, well, how come it doesn't apply to God? Well, how could God participate in the privation of God? The only reason we have prescriptives from a Christian lens is the healing aspect, like John said. The only reason that's a possibility is because we're capable of moving away from the good. God is not capable of moving away from the good, so he doesn't need a set of activities or prescriptions to keep him on task. There's no spiritual hospital that God needs to go to. That's like asking like a robot, like if there was a robot who... That's like saying like this, like if there was a robot who is ontologically different than humans, and the robot is making prescriptives for, giving you medicine, And you're like, well, why is the robot taking the medicine? Well, the robot doesn't need the medicine. He's a robot. He's ontologically different than the created being. He doesn't have the same illnesses of the natural world. He doesn't have any of it. He doesn't need to do any of it. And it's like, well, shouldn't it apply to everything, everyone? Well, everyone assumes everyone's a human being as the status, a creature. Well, God's not a creature. So you can't make that argument unless... Now, if you ran into people who thought humans themselves were God, then you have an argument. If you actually ran into some sort of like heretical, some weird, I don't even know if Gnostics go that far, if they presented this case where everybody's, there are particular human gods around, then you could probably run this argument on them.
Okay, so, I'm okay if just say divine command theory, then
what?
Then none of this problem is there.
What problem? The problem of your categorical, the failure of your categories is still there.
Well,
God doesn't follow his. So wait a second. So God has to. So God is called. So he has to follow his own commands, or else he's not. What? I don't understand.
If these are objective, I would think so.
Then the commands are the God, not God, the ontological being.
It's like you're saying
from God.
It's like you're saying, well, why can't God get sick?
Yeah, that's all you're saying.
That's not what I'm asking. It's not.
Why would he need to follow his commands if the only reason we have commands is to align ourselves with God away from sickness? I don't understand. How do you not understand this? If God can't get sick, in this case, the sickness is the analogy of sin, and our task is to heal ourselves. So we're told to heal ourselves. We're told to go and seek healing. Like this, there's a variety of ways we participate in our own healing, willfully. Some people reject it and they don't get healing, okay? That's a spiritual death in the making. God, the only reason, as John said, the only reason there's a prescriptive from God, from the Christian paradigm, is because there is an illness. Otherwise, what would the prescription be, right? So if that's the case in this created world, in the fallen world, in the fallen state, here we're in, post-fall, you saying, well, why doesn't it apply to God? We just told you, dude. God doesn't fall ill spiritually. We do. Why would he participate in the healing of a sickness he doesn't have?
Because that's not an objective thing.
It's objective for creatures. What do you mean? It's objective for human beings.
Okay.
If human beings are
just give me a second.
Hold on. If human beings are in Christianity, because you have to do an internal critique here. So if human beings are the creatures peculiar, made in God's image, and we have the capability of sinning, acting away from God, right? We have the opportunity and the will and the ability to do it. And we have the option to not do it. And we have the option to heal ourselves when we do it. This is what all of God's just commands are for that. All of them. Everything that we're called to do is God's judgment is basically an alignment. It's a fixing of something. And so from that view, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you don't do it, you get sick. If you do it, you get healed.
Yes. So why would God do human activity that was given for humans to get better? Why would God do those things?
Does God need to be healed by God?
I would say it's because these are moral, objective things.
Doing them, dude. Oh my gosh,
is the good thing to do. Right?
No, dude.
Does God need to be healed by God?
Unbelievable. Yeah. How does God heal himself? You keep calling the things of the objective things. No, you keep mixing this up. No, God is.
From my perspective, it looks like you guys are making the sickness thing, which is not really what.
That's what Christianity is. So, look, that's what Christianity is. Are you an atheist?
Agnostic.
Why are you telling us what our Christian paradigm is?
I'm not. I'm telling you that the word objective has a meaning.
What's objective? Independent of human opinion. No, human
independent of a mind. No. Show me where it says that in the definition of objective.
Independent of what?
of a mind.
Tell me one true statement that you got to without a mind.
No true statement I have doesn't come from my
So that
mind.
doesn't make any
But-
sense then. Do you understand?
Math
Listen,
is a-
look, Smocrates. You're making a massive mistake. Are there objectively true things?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Like 2 + 2 =
hold
4.
on. Objective truth is something that you would agree is mind dependent.
No.
Oh, it's not. So
Even if there was no mind,
give me one
but
objective
a universe, there
give-
would still be
good,
a universe.
good.
There'd still be stars and a planet.
No, those are
Like,
categories.
You don't need a mind
No.
for that to be objective.
Really? Okay. Do the stars and the universe and the matter that precedes human minds, do they abide by logical laws?
They abide by physical laws.
Do they abide by logical laws? In other words, can a planet not be itself?
Yeah, they would apply to the logical laws. Yeah.
Okay. So there's an ontology of logical laws before human minds?
Yeah.
Okay. So if logical laws are concept and mind dependent and they precede human minds, you've just necessitated a type of mind that precedes all human minds. So that when you say planets were planets before our human minds exist, you've just, by your own admission, properly categorized the laws of thought as conceptual and mind dependent, and they precede you. So if they precede you and they have a type of existence, and you argued that you agreed they're mind dependent, now there's a mind before your minds, before all of our minds. That's necessary. The laws of logic have a type of existence in your scenario before all human minds, because you just said planets exist and objects are themselves, and these objects abide by these conceptual laws. They don't violate these laws.
Yeah, like the objective things don't need us to be there to be objective things.
Well, us there, I already granted you that if there was a past before human beings and objects existed, I just told you that those objects abide by conceptual laws. So that means conceptual laws have an ontology. Do you know what that means?
Conceptual laws? Who's conceptualizing them?
God.
See, now, if I don't believe in God, then who do I say is conceptualizing?
You're stuck in a pickle, because if premise one is the laws of logic are universal, objective, and conceptual, and premise two is the laws of logic precede human minds, then concepts are mind dependent. Then you're stuck in the conclusion. You have to then point to the type of mind in which universal conceptual laws exist. And I would argue
I reject the premise that it's conceptual.
What are the laws of logic ontologically if they're not conceptual then?
The laws of logic and the objective universe, no matter without our mind.
I didn't ask you for a statement. I asked you if the laws of logic are not conceptual, what are they? What's their status? Are they concrete? Because you don't have many choices here. You have concrete and abstract.
They are a byproduct of the universe.
Nope, that doesn't make
reality.
sense. No, that's not a byproduct. Please look, dude. If reality existed and objects existed, you just said the law of identity are a byproduct of objects which require the law of identity. How is it a rock produces the law of identity if the rock existing requires the law of identity? No, the laws of thought are conceptual and abstract, and they're not products of matter. There's no product of any matter you can point to that produces the law of identity as a concept. So that's a nowhere landville. If you disagree that the laws of logic are abstract, universal, and conceptual, you need to present a counter ontology that they would be, and the only option you have is concreteness. Now, would you like to try and materialize or physicalize the law of identity? Or do you want to go back to the conceptual ontology?
I mean, can't they just be axiomatically true?
No, that's mind dependent.
Axioms are mind dependent?
Yep.
Axioms also, by definition, don't require justification. So why can't I say that God is axiomatically true?
Yeah, you just declare any axioms. They can't be otherwise. The question really is the ontology, Socrates, of the laws of logic. And so if you agree that there are objective truths, because this all started when you said, well, it's mind dependent, therefore it's subjective. No, that's not true. Math is objective. There are laws of logic are objective. Logic is objective. There's objectivity that we have access
I said
to.
Objective is not mind dependent, is what I said.
Not mind dependent? Right. So how did you do? Yeah, again, that is question begging, because you're basically saying you can know an objective truth without a mind, and yet I ask you to demonstrate it, and you demonstrating it would have to require your own mind to do it. So you can never say that objective truth is mind independent if the only way you could know that or even pursue it is use of your own mind or some other mind. So the better question is there anything that's objective that you could argue exists before human minds? And you said reality does. And I go, okay, what's reality is made of parts that follow certain conceptual laws. And then we got to, okay, those conceptual laws are the law of identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle. And if those laws, if the laws of nature and physical items in the world, trees don't suddenly become not trees, planets don't suddenly become lions, they follow and abide by conceptual laws. So if they do, that means there's an ontology of these conceptual laws before human minds. And when I ask you what they are, in order for you to avoid the necessity of God, you say, well, the material world generated the laws of logic, which is like,
well, it's like the
that's actually worse than a God view. Go ahead.
Like gravity. I don't think gravity needs to be conceptualized. There just needs to be mass.
Oh, well, that's a perfect example. I don't know if you realize who you're talking to here. The gravity.
Example of what?
Well, gravity. Gravity is something you're looking at as an effect, right?
Yeah, it's an effect of mass.
Well, that's what you're saying. So if gravity is an effect, what's the effect that you're observing?
Mass pulling on mass.
Nope, that's question begging. That's the conclusion of the Cavendish. If the observation is movement of objects, you can't say it's pulling on, because that's assuming the cause. You have to just observe the interaction itself, strictly cold description, no added stories. Not pulling, no effects, no added things. Just say objects move in this direction. That's it. That's the observation.
Okay, objects move towards each other. Mass moves towards itself.
Okay, objects move toward each other. And so the scientific approach is, what causes objects to move toward each other? Mass. And how do you introduce mass when the object itself is mass?
What do you mean?
How do you introduce the said cause to the phenomenon and to see if it's causing the phenomenon? If the thing you're introducing is literally the thing you're observing, let's take it to the
Wouldn't this be an axiom?
No, well, it's definitely an assumption. Let's take it through the scientific method. Is the observation? Hold on. Is the observation that mass attracts mass?
Yeah.
Is the hypothesis mass attracts mass?
Yeah.
Is the conclusion mass attracts mass?
Yeah.
Can you tell me any other scientific theory where the observation is the identical sentence of the hypothesis is identical to the conclusion? Any other scientific theory?
Yeah, reality is reality.
Tom Jump, yeah.
Reality
Yeah. So, regardless of whether or not mass attracts mass is proper scientific theory, which I've demonstrated is absolutely absurd to start with the conclusion and call it your observation, and then call the hypothesis the same as the observation and the conclusion. And then when you get to the conclusion, it's the same sentence as the observation. Why would you need the conclusion if you already observed the cause and they're both described exactly the same way? I mean, it's absurd. This is the failure of modern modeling now.
I'm just describing something. I'm not using the scientific method on it and doing that myself.
I know, because you believe something someone told you that when I actually put it through the scientific
Well,
method, I
can
demonstrate
observe
how
mass
absurd.
attracting mass. I don't need somebody to tell me that.
You what?
I can observe mass.
You observe it,
attracting
yeah.
mass.
So you already start with the conclusion. So how did you determine that the mass itself was attracting to the mass? Because the effect was the thing you're calling the cause? I mean, this is absurd. But it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the actual topic. It's absurd to, dude, how do you not get this? It's absurd. That's like me saying, I observe the cause of scurvy. I observed it. Really, what causes scurvy? I don't need to know. I just observed it causing it. Okay? How did you know it was causing it then? I don't need to know. I just observe it causing. I just start with the assumption of what's causing it, and then I don't need to do anything else because I just repeat what's causing it. That's science. Seriously? Would you do that for any other scientific theory?
So what do you
dude?
think causes it? What causes gravity?
I think gravity, the effect of gravity is more lawful. That is to say, laws are not the same category as scientific theories. Theories never become laws. Theories posit what causes a phenomenon. If the behavior seems to be repetitive and lawful, like hot to cold, high pressure to low pressure, thermodynamics, a list of other phenomenons that we observe to be constant, you don't posit a cause because you see it as a law. It's just repetitive and lawful. If you knew a cause, it wouldn't be a law. It would be a theory. So you can't have something be a law and a theory, which gravity currently is posited as a law when you want it to be, and then it's posited as a scientific theory when you want it to be. Well, that's not possible because laws are not theories, and theories never become laws.
There are things that in the scientific realm that are laws and theories.
Oh, really? How can they be both?
Yeah. Gravity.
No, how can they be both? I didn't ask you to tell me what you think they're both.
Because a scientific theory is something that explains how the law works.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Really?
Yeah, that's wrong.
Well, let's look it up.
Yeah. A scientific theory explains how a phenomenon is caused. A law describes what is. A scientific theory explains how something occurs. But if something's lawful, then you couldn't intervene with it. It wouldn't be a law. Theories you can intervene with. That means you can intervene scientifically and manipulate the outcome. With laws, there's nothing you can do to manipulate a law. That's why it's called a law. If you could manipulate a law, it's not a law.
Yeah.
You think you could just stop?
A scientific theory differs from a scientific fact or scientific law in that a theory seeks to explain how or why, whereas a fact is a simple basic observation and a law is an empirical description of a relationship between facts and other laws.
That's right. Yeah, that agrees with me, not you. Description, explanatory. Laws are descriptive. Theories are explanatory. The whole purpose of a scientific theory is that because it's at the tail end of an experiment, it actually has explanatory power to some high degree or moderate degree of likeliness. It's inductive. So you can manipulate and bring things in. And you could be wrong, by the way. Like I brought up scurvy, right? Now, is it a law that the lack of vitamin C causes scurvy because we observe it?
Sorry, is it a law?
Is it a law? Would you call it a law
scurvy?
that the lack of vitamin C causes scurvy? Is it a law because we seemingly observe that?
I wouldn't say so.
Great. Well, they thought it was a law, and then they did more experiments, and it turned out it wasn't the lack of vitamin C that causes scurvy. But for many years, they thought that was it because it was consistent with their observation. But that wouldn't make
gravity a law or a theory to you?
The effect of gravity is a law. What we call gravity is the effect. The cause, you have no way of introducing the said cause. There's no way to introduce what you call causing gravity. Right now, by the way, you're 110 years out of date. The current so-called explanation for what causes this phenomenon we like to locally see as falling is bendy space-time, not mass attracts mass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the curvature of space-time.
Yeah.
But gravity is both a law and a theory.
No, it's
the
not.
law of gravity. Yes, it is.
Tell me how it's a theory then.
Type
into Google, really?
I'm about to.
Yeah, type in whether men can have babies too while you're at it.
No, they can't.
Okay, cool. Well, I can find where they can on Google. So look, dude, can you have a scientific theory that doesn't go make it
Can
through
I
the
explain this?
No,
or you just
no,
gonna
you're
keep
you're not
interrupting me?
explaining, you're asserting. I'm going to teach you something right now. Okay? Can you get a scientific theory without it going through the scientific method?
No.
Cool. So take me through the scientific method with gravity. What's the observation?
The observation is the attraction force between the objects.
Okay. If that's the observation, where did you observe the force? If that's the observation. Are you saying when I see an object fall to the ground, you are inserting an attraction that you don't actually observe, or you're just seeing an observation of something falling? You don't know what's causing it. Why are you saying an attraction, by the way?
Well,
If I see a bird fly and I don't understand what flying is, and it flies
It'd be
up.
nice to get a couple words in.
No. If I see a bird fly up to the tree branch and I don't understand what flying is, does it follow that I can say the bird is attracted to the branch? Like there's some sort of attraction from a distance that draws the bird object to the branch? Would that be reasonable?
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. So it's not reasonable to drop an object and import attraction when that's the thing in question. So I'm going to grant you the observation is when I drop something, it goes to what I call the ground. Okay? That's the observation. Now, what is the assumed cause?
A really big magnet.
What's the assumed cause? Because that's the question, right? What's causing this? That's the scientific method. Ooh, what's causing this phenomenon? I'd really like to know. What if it's a X? What's X? Smocrates, what is it? What's the assumed cause?
I'm sorry. I thought maybe, not
Don't
much
get-
point in speaking if I just
Don't get
interrupted all the
soft
time,
on
so.
me. What's the
Hey,
assumed
you're
cause?
the one who's interrupting, man.
What's the assumed
Sorry.
cause? You're Canadian, aren't you?
Yep.
Unbelievable. What's the assumed cause? Objects falls to the ground. What are you assuming the cause is?
The mass.
The mass of the object causes it to fall?
The mass
Okay.
of the two objects.
Okay, how do you introduce the mass of either object, produce the phenomenon, and know whether or not the introduction of the cause is in fact causing the phenomenon, if the object itself is the thing you're calling the cause?
The twisting of space-time that it's doing.
What? Dude, now you're saying bendy space-time causes it to seemingly fall, right?
Well, no, it's what bends space-time.
What bends space-time?
Mass.
What's space-time made of that it can bend?
We don't know.
So how do you know it's bending then?
Because we've done experiments. Like
No.
the experiment we lost.
Wait, whoa. How do you
You're gonna
know
interrupt me
something?
again,
No, I
Maria.
am going to
You
interrupt
ask me a question, then
No.
you interrupt me, man.
No,
Come on.
Look, dude. I just asked you just said something's bending. Now, if I say I bent a tree branch, you would go, oh, let me see, and I'd show you, right? When you say the word bend, you're assuming something can bend, right? And I asked you, when did you observe space-time bending?
When we did the experiment where we put the satellite into space with the 3 spinning orbs, it actually proved that Einstein was right.
No, that didn't answer my question. When did
Really?
you directly
Because that's the experiment that
When
actually
did you
proved
observe
this.
directly bending space-time?
I mean, I haven't observed it myself.
What did they observe that
off-
they're calling space-time that they saw was bending?
When they put that satellite into space.
No, that doesn't
had
answer the
3
question, dude. You're like an NPC guy, dude, here. This is like sad. You're just repeating shit that you read
Are
headlines
you gonna
of.
attack me and interrupt
Yes.
me?
That's right.
And then I'm the sad guy, right?
That's right. Yes.
Right.
So look, what you're saying here is they told me they sent a satellite up that affirms Einstein's view that there's a thing called space-time, which is conceptual, by the way, and it's bending. And I ask a simple question. What did you observe that's actually bending? And you say, they sent a satellite up and it proved Einstein. That doesn't tell me anything. I asked you, how do you know
Well, I
they
mean,
observed
maybe if
bendy
you
space-time?
Let me explain the full thing.
Yeah,
You might understand it.
yeah, tell me, yeah.
Okay, so they put this satellite into space, right? And it had 3 orbs in it that were spinning in one direction. Now, if there was no curvature of space-time, those orbs would have been keeping spinning in that same direction.
How
But
did
if
you
there
determine
was
that?
this curvature, that was the test that they did.
How did you determine? Dude, that's just question begging. Okay, I bring up orbs.
Okay, I see. Well, I guess
No, stop! Don't stop! Don't be a baby. Just stop! Just stop! You're this is
Listen,
embarrassing.
stop interrupting, man. You ask me a
I
question,
let
and
you
when I try to answer, you interrupt me.
I'm repeating what you're saying. There's 3 orbs, and
in the middle of me saying it.
Let me repeat it. They brought up 3 orbs, and they were spinning. And if space-time wasn't spinning them, they would spin differently. Is that your science? How did you introduce space-time to know that that's what's causing the spinning? That's what I'm asking you. You can talk now. How did you introduce space-time, the assumed cause, remove it to know that that's in fact the thing that was causing the spinning? You can talk now. No?
Well, it depends on what you mean by spinning.
How do you determine it? This is insane. Like, oh, they brought up orbs and they spun a certain way, so that's how they know what's causing it to spin. And if they didn't spin that way, it wouldn't have been the space-time. What? No, that's not how science works. Science works like this. You observe something, a phenomenon. You introduce the thing that you think is causing the phenomenon. You remove the thing that you think is causing the phenomenon, and you see if, in fact, if the thing is still doing it. Now, to some high likely degree, if you introduced the X that you thought was causing Y, in this case spinning orbs, and you remove it and it stops, then there's fair ground. But you can't introduce bendy spacetime as a cause to any phenomenon because you don't have access to bendy spacetime. If you did, you could tell me what it's made of. Socrates, I don't know if you're muted or your mic cut out, but we're all waiting for you to tell us how did you introduce bendy spacetime and remove it such that you know that that's what's causing the spinning orbs? Nothing? No. Okay. Maybe crashed out on us. Unbelievable. I can't believe I can't believe what they're teaching people as science these days. It's truly sad. I'm like worried for my own children. Oh, Daddy, they taught us.
I worry for your children too.
Yeah, answer the question. How do you introduce bendy space-time to know that that's the thing causing the spin?
Put the explanation on how gravity is a theory in the law in the side chat.
I don't care. Later. Oh yeah, run.
Yeah, well,
run like a coward.
No,
you're a coward.
It's called not much.
I just
an honest conversation
Socrates,
with the person who asks you a question and then interrupts you.
God,
and
you're such a whiner,
and then
dude.
You ask the question and they interrupt you.
Unbelievable.
And you call them on it. It just doesn't seem very honest.
I just asked you a simple question. You said orb spin. You think bendy spacetime is causing the spinning. I asked you a simple question. How do you determine scientifically that bendy spacetime is causing the spinning if that requires introducing bendy spacetime and removing it? How do you know? How do you know that's bendy spacetime causing the spinning? Because any other causal thing we have, Socrates, like that's why I brought up the sickness, right? Scurvy. Because the only way to test a hypothesis of a causal relationship with an effect is to introduce what you think is causing it, see if it does cause the thing, remove the thing, and see if the thing is still happening. Introduce, remove. That's the scientific method. You're giggling over here, thinking you can put things in the side chat like we're going to read them, when you can't answer a simple question, dude. How did you introduce bendy spacetime to demonstrate bendy spacetime causes spinning? When we remove bendy spacetime, it doesn't spin. No answer. That's it. Just
Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, if he's still here. I don't know if he's willing. Go ahead.
Mog, you there?
Yeah.
This is a quick question. Let's say you have 2 persons, right? One has your theory, the one that you're calling bendy spacetime. Do you have another person with a different theory let's call it unicorn farts. How do you determine which one is correct? Both persons are observing the same thing. They just have different theories. How do you determine which one is correct?
Well, you'd have to break it down and actually do some tests and see who has the better model.
How do you do a
one
test?
works.
Okay, so the question he's
Well,
asking,
exactly.
he's asking more clearly, Socrates, is what's the only arbiter for two competing hypotheses in science?
I'm sorry, I'll answer his questions, but I'm kind of done with yours.
All right, well, I'm done with you, so get out of here.
Okay.
Coward. He knows that when I ask him this question, he's toast, so he won't engage with my question because I'm being mean or whatever.
Posted to Wikipedia.
He's
This
just-
is a gravity probe.
Yeah.
Wikipedia.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. If he answers that question, he's done because the only arbiter for two competing hypotheses for causal phenomenon in nature is an experiment, not a test, an experiment.
Well, he say test, right? And what is he testing?
He won't tell you. He'll just say he'll just observe more phenomenon that's consistent with what he thinks is causing it. In this case, your unicorn farts is just as valid. If they just called it unicorn farts for the sake of ambiguity, and they were like, "Well, no, it's bendy space-time."
Bendy
but
space-time makes balls spin.
yeah, that's it.
You can't question that.
No, you can't question that, and you can't introduce it and defend it. And he was just mad that I was not letting him get away with the storytelling. He's also Canadian. Shout out to my Canadian friends here. I feel bad for you guys.
The Canadians are in a lot of pain right now. Give them a break.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. John Jackson, $2. I never knew someone could be so Canadian. That's funny. Oh, man. All right. Well, that's it for me. It's 10 o'clock for me. Sorry I kicked him, but I can't handle that if they do that baby shit with me. I'll talk to him, not you, you meanie pants. With that said, appreciate you guys coming out for the debate. I hope I did I hope I did it good for you guys. And that's it from I'm gonna shut down the Discord first here. Thank you guys for showing up again. Shout out to everybody in the chat yesterday or in the Discord earlier today and yesterday for helping me formulate. Shout out to Sean Ye, appreciate you. And it's good night over at Discord and over at you guys. Let's do one more for the Canadian. For the Canadian. L's in the chat. 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 I swear. These poor Canadians. All right, well, that's it for Jim Bobby. Socrates. I mean, he didn't come in with the best anyway. We were just, that's like the late night at the bar, and you're just winding down. Some guy, can I sit with you guys? And we're like, okay, fine. Yeah, but how can God be objective if he doesn't take his own serum? You know what I mean? We should have known. Are we kidding? We should have known right off the bat. Well, if God's objectively morally good, why doesn't he need his own jibby jabs? Who are we kidding? Why are we so charitable? Oh, man, why? It's a weakness, honestly. Did Sam Shamoon open his transfer chat yet, or what? Nothing? Anything? Doubt it. He's got to open that up. Not that he needs the chatters, though. Oh, there. Should I send you guys over to the after show? Secular Ethics? Let's do it. Oh, apologize. That's what's happening. You guys are going over there. I dare you, all 420 of you, go over there and just, be nice, but, don't let them get away with anything. Sam doesn't allow it, ALC. If you guys don't want to go over to the chirping chupacabra, Max. He's like a, what do they call those old Irish, like, ghost things that scream? Banshee? He's like a banshee. Yeah, he doesn't allow it. You got to tell him to. Someone go over there as well. Say, hey, open the transfer, bro. I'm not trying to be mean. Anyway, good job tonight. Thanks in the chat, everybody. Appreciate you. And go be nice to Max. Don't be too crazy, okay? Don't be too crazy.